right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. However, this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our procedures for public hearings begins with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person, then who signed up on the sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you're attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Crystal. Good evening, everybody. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances and appeals, and recommendations to city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given either written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. That's why it's important to give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and if there is no public opposition, the item is placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we'll hold a full public hearing in the order detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, and neighborhood associations presentations, and then followed by public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Here.
Danley,
Here.
Gillespie, Moore,
Here.
Mooney,
Here.
Seha,
Here.
Torres,
Here.
Doan,
Here.
7 present, 1 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, fairly small but mighty agenda tonight for us. We do have one item that is eligible for the consent agenda. That item is item number 3. This is CUP 24-16. The applicant is Teledu Enterprises. The project address is 1904 North 26th Street. This is a conditional use permit application to construct an accessory structure in front of the primary structure on 0.2 acres in an R1C zone. Is the applicant present? Great. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Okay, great. Let the record show the applicant is present and in agreement with the staff report. And is there anyone attending tonight hoping to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item 3 on the consent agenda. And at this time, I think that's it for consent. So at this time, we'll entertain a motion regarding consent.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Danley.
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of item number 3, CUP 24-16, with its respective terms and conditions in its staff report.
Second.
Great, thank you. I have a motion to approve consent by Commissioner Danley with the second by Commissioner Moore. Any discussion on consent, regarding consent? Very good. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Yes.
Danley,
Aye.
Moore,
Yes.
Mooney,
Aye.
Seha,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Doan,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Very good. Okay. Well, good luck with your project. You bet. All right. That leaves 3 items on our agenda tonight. We will return to the top of the agenda and start out with item 1, which is CVA 23-11. The applicant is Scott Smith. The project address is 1607 North 6th Street. This is a variance to encroach into the rear setback for an existing single-family residential unit on 0.13 acres in R1CH zone. First, we're going to hear from staff, Mr. Matt Dennis. Hey, Matt.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The item before you is a variance request for a residential building addition to encroach into the rear setback abutting an alley located at 1607 North Sixth Street on 0.13 acres in an R1CH, single-family residential with historic overlay zone. And just a reminder that this application was submitted and reviewed under the purview of the Legacy Zoning Code. The variance request is not consistent with Boise City Code and does not meet the approval criteria for a variance. It is not supported by the Development Code, as no evidence was provided that would constitute an exceptional circumstance or an undue hardship that is associated with the property itself or the intended use of the property as defined by City Code. The subject property is a regularly shaped lot with no topographic abnormalities or any other irregularities that would constitute a hardship as defined by the Development Code. The proposed garage, although meant to appear as detached from the street view, includes an internal connection to the primary residence via a basement corridor. Thus, it is required to comply with the 15-foot rear setback of the R1C zone. The nature of the variance request seeks to apply a reduced setback adjacent to the alley that the Development Code grants to detached alley-loaded parking structures to the proposed building addition. These criteria are summarized on your screen. It requires a structure to be separated from others by at least 6 feet, contain less than 1,000 square feet of gross floor area, and to be less than 22 feet in height. However, these findings are not applicable to the proposal, as previously mentioned, because it is not detached from the primary structure. Further, even if the garage removed its proposed connection to the primary structure and was instead proposed as a truly detached structure, these findings would still not be met as the total floor area of the structure exceeds 1,000 square feet. This would negate the structure's ability to qualify for these reduced setbacks. The planning team has identified 2 alternatives that are available to the applicant. First, shown in red, is a potential siding option for the applicant to retain the internal connection to the primary structure. This would require the proposed garage be shifted east by 6 feet to comply with the 15-foot rear setback of the R1C zone. Second, in blue, are potential siding locations for a detached garage. This would require the internal connection to be removed and for the total floor area to be reduced by about 431 square feet below that 1,000 square foot threshold. Late correspondence was received from a representative of the applicant, wherein a modified site plan was proposed, which reduced the proposed rear setback from 9 feet to 4 feet and altered the approach of the driveway from rear loaded to side loaded, providing 22 feet of backup space on site rather than across the alley. This modification does not change the planning team's recommendation of denial, as none of the previously described findings were altered by this modification. It also provided a revised letter of intent stating the platted width of 6th Street, which it exceeds ACHD's current standards for local roads, and the property's narrow width results in a reduced buildable area compared to other R1C zoned properties and creates a hardship. As previously mentioned, the property is regularly shaped and exceeds the dimensional requirements for street frontage and lot area of the R1C zone, and therefore this finding does not constitute a hardship that is unique to the subject property. Finally, the revised letter of intent noted a variance that was approved nearby for a reduced rear setback adjacent to an alley. However, this property contained a hardship in that its grade sat approximately 7 inches below the grade of the alley and would have required significant filling and engineering. In conclusion, the planning team recommends denial of the variance request, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
We have a presentation from them. Good evening, Chairman Schaefer and Planning and Zoning Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Keckeritz. I am Land Use Counsel with Givens Pursley at 601 Boise, Idaho, and I am here on behalf of the applicant. With me tonight is Scott Smith. His wife is also here present with us, Rachel Smith, and they own the residence at 1607 North 6th Street. They'll be able to answer any of the questions that I cannot. Although we disagree with planning staff's recommendation, I do want to thank them for their work on this. This has kind of gone around for about a year and a half. We have not ever reached full agreement on, obviously, several of these things, but they have been really helpful to work with us most recently. One thing is, this is being considered late correspondence. However, I've had multiple conversations. The letter was dated April 26th, and I've had numerous conversations with staff about the current site plan. And so we were surprised that it had not been included in the packet originally. We are here tonight for a variance. This is the most current rendition of the garage. And what it is, it's a proposed 21-foot, 8-inch garage height that includes 2 parking spaces within it, an unfinished space upstairs, and a basement storage space. One of the things that's really nice about this application is that basement storage space, and it's one of the reasons why the neighbors and the North End Neighborhoods Association have supported this, is that by digging down, you're really able to reduce the bulk of the project above the ground. And so it really is a great way to add the additional space to a garage, an accessory unit, anything of that nature, without having to have that bulk space above that really starts to impact how it appears in the neighborhood and really impacts those view sheds, especially in a historic district like this. Here is the site plan that we just talked about. You can see the garage is in the back corner there. There's a parking apron accessing the garage directly to the north, which provides 23 feet of backup space there. I believe code requires 22. And you can also see a large tree directly to the north and one directly to the south. Neither are on Mr. Smith's property, but they are located right there. Here's the site plan where you can see it a little bit more detailed. The distance between the garage and the home is just 12 feet, and the garage is only 24 feet wide, which is pretty narrow for a 2-car garage. In green, you can also see there's an existing sewer line, and in red is the existing gas line. There's also going to be, as you could see on the first one, a rolling fence. There'll be a privacy fence, and then the entrance will be gated with a rolling fence. In each of these 2 schematics, you can see that the garage is smaller and more subordinate to the home. And it's, I believe I mentioned, 21 feet, 8 inches tall. Just some renderings that you can see. This has already obtained its certificate of appropriateness from historic preservation staff. So it has been deemed to comply with those terms and conditions and requirements. The upstairs here, we're talking, it is 435 square feet. I believe we've got it here. The main garage is 528 square feet, which above ground equals 963 square feet. And then the basement provides an additional 468 square feet of additional space. One of the things that we're looking at here is that because this is something that's not typically done, the code doesn't necessarily contemplate structures like this. It really is considering what's above ground. The code is really concerned with the overall bulk of these accessory buildings, not necessarily with what's underground, with what you can't see. However, we do believe there is an undue hardship here. Between the back of the house and the back lot line, there is 40 feet. If you push the garage in 15 feet, then there's only 25 feet between the setback and the home. The garage is 24 feet wide, and this means that the garage comes to within 1 foot of the house and the eaves would overlap. Attached garages and garages that look attached are generally not allowed and not considered appropriate in historic districts. And here, due to the size of the lot, it would simply appear to be attached, and you'd be unable to obtain the certificate of appropriateness. Also, when you look at the back of the house in the picture, you can see that there's a window where you can see the window right there. And if you were to start digging in to try to build the basement or even a crawl space here, due to that really close location being so adjacent to the house, it would start to affect some of the structural issues with the house. Those are load-bearing walls there, and there would start to become some real significant issues there, which is an additional hardship with the property because you obviously can't move the entire house. And also, as you can see, that tree in the picture, it is on the neighboring property, but digging down in that sort of location will get into the tree roots, and it will affect and could negatively affect the tree on that property. The cumulative impact of all of these seemingly smaller hardships results really in an undue hardship and makes it really difficult to find any other place on this property to locate a garage where it's not within the setback, to push it out of the setback. If you were to put it on the north side of the lot, there is the sewer line, there's another tree on that side, and you really start to lose all of the remaining sort of green grassy space on this property. This is absolutely not in conflict with the comprehensive plan, and approval of the variance is actually completely consistent with the comprehensive plan. For example, it meets principle IDP N1. It's an appropriate transition in building height and mass, as evidenced by the fact that it's already obtained the certificate of appropriateness as a building that is appropriate in this district. It meets infill design principles by maximizing the use of the lot while saving the largest open space possible. It's a very creative way to obtain more living space without compromising on the exterior style. It's an appropriate location for a garage. In fact, if you didn't include the basement space, it would be allowed to encroach into the setback without the need for a variance. It is our position that attaching this via a tunnel does not make it an attached structure, that this remains detached. The assessor's office is going to consider this detached. All of the approvals are going to consider this detached. We simply do not think that connecting something via a tunnel makes it an attached structure, or most of the buildings downtown, quite honestly, would be considered attached structures. And finally, the building is entirely within keeping with the garage's characters. No neighbors have objected to the design, nor did the North End Neighborhood Association. And in the letter that we provided in April, originally we said that there were 6 accessory buildings in the setback. We went back yesterday and drove through and looked at them closely, and actually every single other home on this block has an accessory building or an ADU or a garage or a shop within the setback area. And so this is entirely in compliance with the neighborhood. And if you look at the picture on the bottom, you can see in the distance a blue 2.5-story ADU, which is within, which is just barely within, but it is within the setback there. So there is no negative impact on the public health, safety, or welfare. Because we do meet those requirements, we respectfully request that you approve this request for a variance, and we will stand for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Liz. Before we go to questions, we're going to check in. I think Mr. Hagan from the North End Neighborhood Association is here. Were you planning on testifying? Okay, come on up. Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman Schaefer. Eric Hagan, 809 North 18th Street, North End Neighborhood Association, President and Planning and Zoning Chair. This is the kind of creative thinking that we like to see in the North End. We're 100% behind their solution for this project. On the surface, the entire structure is above grade. It's within the zoning code requirements for height, for area, and it checks off all the requirements per the comprehensive plan, and it meets all the requirements of massing and character as per the historic design guidelines. And for that, we are in support of this project. It does not negatively impact anyone else in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up this for questions by the commission to either staff or the applicant or to Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney, yeah, go ahead, John.
Question for staff. Obviously, the applicant's got a question and a dispute on what's a detached accessory structure, and it's the basement that's connecting it. Is there a code reference that speaks to the applicant's statement about, and North End's Neighborhood Association statement, that the purpose of that code requirement is massing and historic principles?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, the development code doesn't specifically call out, what a underground tunnel connection would be. So therefore, this was reviewed as a building addition, all considered to be one structure. Although underground, it is internally connected. You can walk from one to the other. So that was the reason for those findings being applied as one structure.
Okay, follow-up then for staff. Actually, a follow-up for the applicant. If this was a detached accessory structure, I think the city agrees that it probably meets all the setback issues, but it does meet the height issue, correct?
Commissioner Mooney, the city would still disagree. It meets the height issue. The city would disagree on because they're including the basement as living space, that makes it more than 1,000 square feet. And so whether it's considered detached or not, if it's considered detached, either way, we believe we qualify for a variance. But the reason why, if it was considered detached, we'd still need to request a variance is because your square footage total needs to be 1,000 feet or less and 22 feet or less in height. And here we equal 1,400 square feet because we have 400 square feet underground. And in the legacy code, you do include all of the square footage.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Matt, please.
Thank you. I'd like to add to that. On the screen now is the definition of gross floor area. So with all floors being included into that proposal, the sum of all three floors would need to be less than 1,000 square feet for that to qualify.
Okay. John, you good? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Chris, please.
I have a question for the applicant. You mentioned one of the primary alternative site that you analyzed, the possibility of it going much closer to the home. And the certificate of appropriateness. I love that name. That's a great name. Certificate of appropriateness. Okay. And you're questioning whether or not, if it were to be moved, as suggested by staff, that the applicant be at risk of receiving that certificate of appropriateness. As is proposed now, you have that, but the structure doesn't meet the requirements according to staff or a variance request. So I wonder, can you talk a little bit more about this certificate issue, specifically as it relates to the option that was proposed by staff, pulling it close to the house? You also mentioned the two eaves of the homes, or the home and the unit being close together and that sort of thing, but this certificate is what I'm more interested at this point.
Okay, so to receive the certificate in this case, I apologize, Commissioner Danley, to receive the certificate of appropriateness, in this case, it qualified for an administrative approval. It did not have to go before the Historic Preservation Committee. But in the typical case, we have had, and I've not handled one recently, generally speaking, attached garages and garages that look attached are disfavored in historic districts. And they're very difficult to get approved and to have the North End Neighborhood Association support because that's not how they looked historic. And so in looking at sort of weighing the two options between should we go for the variance, which admittedly may or may not be more difficult, or getting their certificate of appropriateness, this was the option that really made the floor plan still work, gave the family some usable space, pushed out, didn't affect really any of the other neighbors, and was able to get the certificate of appropriateness.
And the alternative site, the second site, North or I think it's north, near the tree. What's the potential of this certificate at that site?
It would probably, well, again, you have to push it in the 15 feet. So
Mhm.
even, and I've not looked at the measurements there. And I guess Mr. Smith will speak to that.
The patio.
If you could, Mr. Smith, if you don't mind just stepping in front of the mic there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The patio extends beyond the actual, if you see that red line where it
Mhm.
overlaps the back of the house, the patio actually extends further beyond that. So you'd actually have to cut into the patio. And the patio is I guess, 3 foot tall, structural concrete that holds that, you kind of see that little point right there on the upper center of the patio. That's a structural beam that holds up the back of the house. So cutting into that we talked about running into the structural components of the house is the thing. You can cut-
So you're talking about, I think you're talking about the first alternative that was presented, the one
no,
that's,
both. If you
The-
can bring up a picture, I can show it.
all right, let me make sure I'm clear. The
We could-
blue rectangle that is on the far north edge near the tree that you are concerned with.
Yeah.
Right? So,
That-
oh, now we lost our visuals.
That one is not set back for the 15 feet though. That blue square. It's not 15 feet back from the alley.
Okay,
There's, shows if everything's pushed back 15 feet with the width of my garage, the red line is would be the structure. You can see it cutting
Right,
into the patio,
okay.
which holds up the back of the house.
what a mess. Okay,
Mr. Chair.
You good, Chris?
yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Moore.
But I think Commissioner Danley was talking about maybe putting the garage in the grassy spot right there. But is that where the sewer line runs? Is that where the sewer easement is? That's the hardship there?
And additionally, Commissioner Moore, it would also have, anywhere in the back there, it has the same issues of being pushed in 15 feet. Because of the size with the underground, it's going to be running into the house and the structural supports of the actual house.
I don't see that either. Can you please pull up the image that has the two blue boxes?
Yeah.
That one right there. Can
Yeah.
you blow that
Okay.
up? No, we lost it.
Maybe, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Jennifer, yeah.
And I think this is a question from the applicant. Is there a basement under that patio? Does the basement extend within the walls of what we're seeing right there? Okay, so there's no basement under that 3 foot patio. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Matt, please.
just to clarify, the blue rectangles would be the compliant locations for a detached garage. So the blue locations would require, obviously, the internal connection be removed and that the entire structure gross floor area would be less than 1,000 square feet.
Right. So, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yep.
So I'm trying to understand, staff is saying that this other rectangle, blue rectangle towards the north, right? That I guess there's two or three things about it. Number one, that's a potential location that the staff use would then allow you to build the structure. However, that means two things. One, it's 1,000 feet or less, which you want to do 1,400 feet because of the basement. And it doesn't include this umbilical cord of a tunnel issue, right? You're saying detach, sever that, you want to maintain that. So for you to maintain it, now I'm understanding. So you're suggesting that if that was the site and that tunnel be maintained, then it becomes a bigger problem because of your patio and all of that. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
The way either one of those locations, there's not an issue at all if we get rid of the basement.
Right.
Because
okay,
then we can go anywhere. I mean, we can essentially go anywhere
right.
on any of that area. And so we wouldn't have to be requesting a variance. So whether we're on the north side or the south side, there's not an issue if we get rid of the basement. But since we are requesting the basement in both of those locations with the basement, you get pushed forward right into the house because of the 15-foot setback.
Okay. I'm getting it.
The northern location makes the basement longer, or the tunnel.
Right.
longer. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Sayah,
um,
please.
For staff. So even if they had a detached, so if they chose to go with the detached garage, no basement, you would fall within the 1,000 square foot
Mhm.
limit. So it doesn't, so as long as you want the additional 400 square foot for the basement, it doesn't matter if it's detached. Well, never mind, because your staff is saying that the floor total includes the basement and the connection from the house. So, yeah, sorry, I'm trying to make sense of.
No, it's fine. That's fine. That's why we're here.
1,000 square foot limit.
Mhm.
So what are the options if they can meet that?
Well, my math says they're at 963 square feet if you take out the basement.
Mr. Chair,
Because you also take out the tunnel, I didn't include that in my calculation, but please, Matt.
Commissioner Sehat, reducing or removing the basement would obviously get it under that 1,000 square feet, and therefore the only requirement as far as location goes would be able to provide the 22 feet of backup space, whether that be including the alley or on-site.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Jennifer, please.
For staff in the plan with the tunnel, has fire and building confirmed that that's adequate egress? From the
Mr.
basement?
Chair, Commissioner Moore, the fire department and building department have both approved provided agency comments approving the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Liz, help me out here real quick.
Okay.
Or Mr. Smith. In the latest drawings that were in our late correspondence packet with the latest drawings, you actually reduced the setback even more. So what was the impetus behind that? Because I believe we were at 9 feet previously. Now we're at 4 feet to the alley.
It allows that parking backup apron to be on their own property and really it just is a better, more efficient use of the space. Because then they can do their full backing up on their property, the gate then goes all the way across there instead of before it was a little bit more jagged through the property.
Okay. Okay. We got on questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Moody.
So the normal hardship discussion we have is, the flat parcel, all the many things we talked about. In this case, it's one of the hardships is the neighboring trees, mature trees. So question for staff, how often do we grant hardships based on a condition offsite? In this case, a neighboring tree that's not on this parcel.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, obviously variances are handled on a case-by-case basis. Although with the recommended, alternative siting locations, the critical root zone would have been preserved, which is why those were recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, we're good. Everybody on questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and move along to testimony. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, we did have one person sign up ahead of time, Carrie Homan. Hi there, Ms. Homan. You can start with
Hello.
your name and address, please. You'll have 3 minutes to testify.
Sure.
Mhm.
My name is Carrie Homan and I live at 1601 North Sixth. I'm the south neighbor of the Smith family. We've lived there since 1998 and we love our trees. So we would love to maintain. We do believe that hardship is important to consider. We have a gorgeous maple tree that would be impacted, and we definitely want to maintain kind of the green space that exists around the space. The other element is that we feel that the Smiths have done a fantastic job of coming up with an alternative that really fits the neighborhood and character of our community. And while we love our other neighbors, some of the other structures are much larger. They may be, and they're all above ground. His solution to have 400 square feet below ground maintains the integrity and visual appeal of the neighborhood and aligns with the visual appeal of the house itself. As his direct neighbor, we have no concerns with the request. We don't feel that there's any sort of safety or concern issues with the current plans that they're proposing. And we would ask for your support because we actually feel similar to the North End Neighborhood Association that this is a brilliant model and actually something that we would love to see more of to maintain, again, kind of that integrity.
Okay. Very good. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Ms. Homan was the only person that signed up ahead of time. Is there anybody else here present in chambers that would like to testify? Okay. And if there's anyone online that would like to testify, please go ahead and raise your hand. Very good. Okay. Looks like we're good on testimony. We'll go ahead and close public testimony. Liz and the Smith family, typically this is rebuttal time for you all. Do you have any final points? So you want to yield that rebuttal time? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead then and bring this back before the commission to render a decision. Again, we are discussing item number 1, CVA 23-11.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
some discussion, I guess. I'm struggling with the code reference for considering this a detached accessory structure. Obviously, that's what the applicant would like to see, and the testimony we've heard is that this is a brilliant solution to the historical intent of the code or the design review and all that. So I'm struggling with that, and I don't know if the other commissioners have thoughts about how to think about that.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, from staff's testimony, right, we certainly understand that building department is viewing this as one structure, right? Fire and the building department, in their comments. So there's that to consider, I think. But I don't disagree. I mean, the applicant made some good points that, doesn't necessarily contemplate. I think the comprehensive plan side of this doesn't quite contemplate basement area, right? It's a lot more of the massing at the street level that I think the planning documents focus on. So that's kind of my 2 cents on the matter. I'm welcome to hear anybody else's opinion. And that maybe we're nicer than the Historic Preservation Commission. Any other thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore, yeah,
I'll take a stab at a motion just for some
Okay.
thoughts.
sounds good.
I move that we approve CVA 23-11 with the, I don't know how you do it with the denial, but with a 9-foot rear setback allowed. So it'd be the first plan.
Okay, so essentially disagreeing with staff's denial and approving the 9-foot setback on the original layout.
Variance for 9-foot rear setback. Yes.
Very good. Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Danley. Jennifer, you want to start some discussion?
Sure.
Okay.
Commissioner, or Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think the way that I'm leaning and the reason that I went with the 9-foot setback as opposed to the revised 4-foot setback was, I think part of the discussion in our packet was, orienting the garage the way it's oriented, with the alley facing garage door and all of that preserves a lot of the green space. And by reorienting that garage and using basically all of the green space in the property to back out and for concrete, you reduce a lot of that benefit that you are gaining from this variance. So that's my reason for going with that first site plan, that 9-foot setback, as opposed to the 4-foot setback. Generally, though, I think, variance is a hardship, and I do think that the distance between the rear of the house and the alley is a bit of a hardship. It's a very modest sized garage that's being proposed, 26 feet, it looks like, would be the max depth of the garage if it's oriented facing the alley. And that's modest to get a door in that side and all of that. Once you account for your 20-foot parking space, that's still, it's not excessive, I guess is what I'm saying. So I think for that reason, I see a hardship right there. I think to exceed that 1,000 square foot maximum, I think that this kind of meets what I feel is the intent behind that restriction, because it does meet the height maximum. And I know it's an and statement, but I think, a solution like this, which is, not something that we see every day, certainly. But it still meets that kind of form that is envisioned for a product of this at this location. Especially to staff's point, if the basement were removed, it would comply as is, with that 9-foot setback. So for those reasons, I move that we approve with the 9-foot variance to the rear setback.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jennifer. Any other thoughts, discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Commissioner Daly.
I'm on the fence a little bit still. And the reason why is because of the following things. One is I'm looking for the hardship too. I don't know that it's as black and white for me. I think it's definitely a lot more gray. If there was no basement, there would be no problem. If there was no tunnel, there would be no problem. But there's a desire upon the applicant for both. So now we have an issue. So then the question I asked myself, if there is a hardship as was described by Commissioner Moore, for me, the third part of this discussion, which is materially detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. I don't see that. I don't see a tunnel doing that. I don't see a basement doing that. I think that the certificate of appropriateness, which is going to be my phrase of the night, I think, matters. We value our historic preservation, and we have it here. The neighborhood association, who's very vocal and adamant about these types of things, is in support of it. So that third criteria for me has definitely been satisfied. So, getting into the hardship of as Commissioner Moore described, I'm still thinking about that. I'm leaning yes, but just that's more of the voices in my head at this point.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, this is a nice summary from both of you on the situation. I'll be honest, I don't see a hardship. We've talked about hardships all the time up here, right? And typically it's like a cliff or an irrigation easement or some major piece of infrastructure that's in the way, right? Now, I love my trees. They're not necessarily a hardship, right? Now, having said that, to your point, Chris, We've got historic preservation saying yes. We've got the neighborhood association saying yes. We've got the current neighbor saying yes. I like the motion for, much like the basement approach, like the creativity of the situation, right? So I think this is kind of a happy medium. Because the applicant does make some good points that, you know, there are structures not complying to setback within that same alley. And at some point in the past, somebody approved placing those structures in that position. We can't just kick the can down the road and keep doing that necessarily. But in this instance, I'm leaning towards agreeing with the motion and following suit with what I see as a little bit of a compromise between, you know, the conditions on the ground, trying to save the trees and trying to work within the applicant. And having said all that, you know, they certainly don't have a right to build a garage. This is an old house that was built, you know, before we had massive SUVs and ADUs and visitors flying in from all over the place to stay with you. So the house is an old house. It's in a small lot. They certainly don't have the right to have that garage, but I do think this is a nice compromise in that direction. And as we all know, that if they don't like this compromise, they can certainly take it up with city council.
Mr. Chair, I
Commissioner
will
Seah.
not be supporting the motion.
Okay.
I was struggling, but I am caught up with the fact that it is an attached structure, and it exceeds the 1,000 square foot. And while they did receive a certificate of appropriateness from the historic district, we also have zoning ordinance, right?
Mhm.
And so how do you weigh those?
Mhm.
And in my view, at the end of the day, it's the zoning ordinance that we need to be paying attention to. And so for those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion.
Very good. Yeah, that's a great, I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Seah, because I agree that the zoning, no offense to our friends at Historic Preservation, right? But this is also a structure in the alley, you know, in the historic zone, right? It's not like it's front and center on the streetscape. But I would agree with you for sure that I think the zoning should trump that first. It needs to be placed first, then let's work on, does it fit the historic character of the neighborhood? That's my opinion as well. Okay, any other commentary? We got it all out there and we'll see where things go.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry,
Commissioner
it's
Stanley.
out of turn a little bit, but I think I do
Yeah.
have something else to add that we haven't discussed. As we're discussing this, two additional thoughts come to my mind. One is, I think as you kind of brought up with the hardship and in this instance, the neighbor, we've had previous variance requests that we have denied specifically because of what that structure would look like in perpetuity and the effects it would have on the neighbors in future years, right? In this instance, that's negated because it's underground. So to me, that then tips it back toward an approval. And the other piece of it is, I think about what hasn't really been discussed, and that's item number 2 in terms of what needs to be satisfied, and that's our comprehensive plan. I do think that there's an advantage of that basement, even though it would be connected by a tunnel, it definitely, conceivably, could be a locked door instantly creates a separate unit altogether. In a sense, to potentially have another living unit in the future, which that's something that our comprehensive plan is definitely trying to achieve, more housing opportunities. So while it might not be utilized that way in the immediate future, in the long term, this is opposite of what I just said. Instead of there being a negative effect on a neighborhood, it could be a positive effect for another housing unit. So for those reasons, I'm going to be in supportive of the motion.
Okay, great. No, I'm glad you circled back on that too, Chris, because that was the other point I failed to make previously, was that, you know, you are absolutely right. In past applications with variances, we've denied them because it was more to the neighbor side setback. In this instance, they're meeting that setback. It's the alley side setback. So in my view, it's a different beast to some degree, right? We're still maintaining the standard setback to the neighbor. That's the difference in my head.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
please.
And additionally, if that basement weren't there, it would comply with the 9-foot setback. So I think
Mhm.
whether the basement is there or not, it's not going to change the form of the building. It's just going to change the square footage of the building.
Right.
But the form of the building itself, it will look exactly the same. So that's kind of another portion of my reasoning behind, you know, it won't be material materially detrimental to the public health and safety, because it would look the same regardless of whether it had that basement or
Right.
not.
Right. Yeah, good call.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Commissioner Torres.
I guess I'll weigh in as well. Normally I'm with Commissioner Seha on following the code and, on this one I'm torn. I think Commissioner Danley made a really good point about this could potentially be future housing, which would help with the character of the neighborhood and a problem obviously we have in the city. So while I've gone back and forth, I think in this case I am going to support the motion. I agree with the comments of Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Danley, and I think you said it as well about how we have support from the neighborhood association, we have support from the neighbor. It blends in well with the neighborhood. So for me, all those things combined, I think make me lean towards supporting the motion.
Great. Thank you, Tony. Okay. Good discussion. I think we're good. All right, we'll go ahead and proceed to the vote then. Again, we have a motion to approve CVA 23-11 with an amendment to adhering to the 9-foot setback as previously submitted or as originally submitted to staff. Okay, we good with that, staff? We understand that?
Mr. Chair, would you mind repeating that? I apologize.
A motion to approve with the garage being located per the original site plans as submitted to the city, which I believe was a 9-foot setback from the property line.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, very good. All right, again, the motion was by Commissioner Moore and the second was by Commissioner Danley. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Yes.
Danley,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Mooney,
Yes.
Seha,
No.
Torres,
Yes.
Stone,
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. What's that? Yeah, we can, absolutely. All right, thank you, guys. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 6:56. Okay, folks, we're going to get started again. All right, up next, item number 2. This is PUD 23-31 and also SUB 23-39. The applicant is Chrysalis Architecture. Project name is Boise Christian Homes Village Subdivision. This was deferred from our meeting on June 3rd. The project address is 3223 North 36th Street. So this is a conditional use permit for a residential plan development comprised of 74 multifamily units on 8.3 acres in R1C zone, and then an associated preliminary plat for said subdivision. We're just going to hear from staff again, Mr. Matt Dennis to start us off, then we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The item before you is a conditional use permit for residential plan development comprised of 74 multifamily units and a residential subdivision comprised of 4 buildable lots located at 3223 North 36th Street on 8.3 acres in an R1C single-family residential zone. And a reminder that this application was submitted and reviewed under the purview of the Legacy Zoning Code. The applicant proposes to redevelop the existing property, which is currently occupied by 11 residences and accessory buildings. As 36th Street is an arterial roadway with an existing bus route, the proposal qualifies for and is utilizing the transit incentive density bonus, which allows for a residential density of 12 units per acre in the R1C zone. However, the residential density of the proposal is approximately 8.3 acres per acre, which is slightly above the 8 units per acre allowed by the R1C zone by right. The redevelopment will occur in 4 phases, which are planned to be completed within 10 to 15 years, depending on funding, and will generally follow the map on your screen. Construction will commence in the southwestern corner of the site and will generally move towards the northeast. Phase 1, shown in green, will include 7 residential cottages or fourplexes along with the extension of Woody Drive as a public road, as well as service drives, parking lots, walking paths, and indoor and outdoor amenities. Phase 2, shown in blue, will include the amenities in the northwestern corner of the site. Phase 3, shown in red, will complete the extension of the public road from Woody Drive to 36th Street, along with the 4 detached single-family units along the south side, 8 residential cottages with centralized open space, and 10 townhomes along the north side of the site. Finally, Phase 4, shown in yellow, will complete the teen center and any remaining landscaping, parking lots, or walking paths. Required parking counts for multifamily developments are based on bedroom count. This proposal will include 74 multifamily units. These include 15 cottages or fourplexes, 10 townhomes, and 4 detached single-family houses for a total of 110 bedrooms, which requires a minimum of 92 parking spaces. The parking requirement has been met with 93 surface parking spaces proposed, 8 of which are ADA accessible and include a combination of covered and uncovered spaces. There are also 28 parking spaces located within the garage of the proposed townhomes and detached units. However, no bicycle parking was proposed, and a recommended condition of approval requires the installation of a minimum of 74 bike parking spaces, which is 1 per unit, with 25% of those being covered. PUDs greater than 1 acre are required to provide a minimum of 2 amenities. This proposal has exceeded this requirement by proposing 10 indoor and outdoor amenities as shown on your screen. Reduced setbacks that are internal to the development are allowed through the PUD and are summarized on your screen. The reductions are grouped near the extension of the public road and the proposed service drive. The main reason for the requested reductions are to maximize the availability of open space on site, but also to provide a greater sense of walkability within the development and incorporating the sense of street activation. As detailed within the project report, the reduced setbacks will also provide a sense of traffic calming, giving the impression of a narrower street section, which induces slower driving speeds. A recommended condition of approval requires all clear vision triangles be retained. The internal vehicular access is proposed to include a 27-foot wide public road that will connect Tucker Road from 36th Street to Woody Drive, as shown in red. Additionally, a 24-foot wide service drive is also proposed to provide internal circulation and provide private access onto 39th Street. The vehicular access meets the width and turning radii standards as defined by code. Additionally, ACHD, Public Works, Solid Waste, and the Fire Department have reviewed and approved the circulation as proposed. Public comments have expressed concern with the extension of the public road through the site with regards to the anticipated traffic generation, as well as a concern for generating cut-through traffic and those driving speeds. In anticipation of these concerns, the applicant did not provide public access and rather a private access onto 39th Street to discourage cut-through traffic into the Sycamore overlay, and has also incorporated traffic calming measures into the design of the road, such as a reduced street width, jogs, a 90-degree turn, and by prohibiting parking on the south side of the public road. A recommended condition of approval requires compliance with private street sections of code, which would require the proposed vehicular access be placed within its own common non-buildable lot and accompanied by a perpetual cross-access and maintenance easement. The reason for this recommendation is because the proposed service drive the proposed function of the vehicular access aligns more with the findings of a private street than it does service drive by providing drive aisles and common parking areas. Further, as originally proposed, the site plan included property lines that bisected the proposed service drive in some areas, which would have required an easement to be located along the drive and would split property lines in some areas, which could create potential setback issues in the future. It also allows the property owner or the associated entity to own and maintain that private road in perpetuity. And here's an example of how re-proposing the service drive as a private street in its own non-buildable lot could look. Multifamily developments are required to incorporate side and rear perimeter landscape buffers that are based upon the setbacks of the zone. The proposal is adequately buffered from the adjacent rear yards of the single-family houses that border the site. Class 1 trees are required along the perimeter due to the presence of overhead power lines along the north, west, and south sides of the site. These setbacks are to be planted as shown to provide screening from the residential units and the associated vehicular activity of the development. So the recommended conditions of approval are summarized on your screen. In summary, these require bicycle parking spaces, no parking signs on one side of the public road, retaining emergency access through the site at each phase of the redevelopment, repurposing the service drive as a private street, replacing 10 of the proposed tree plantings with class 3 trees, and all pathways are required to be a minimum of 5 feet and shall not meander. Public comments were received during the review that expressed opposition to the proposal. Specifically, concerns were expressed regarding the extension of the public road as previously described, the development's impact on the infrastructure and the urban environment in the area, and the redevelopment's effect on stormwater management, with a request that geotechnical studies be conducted and those results be made publicly available. And I will note that all water will be required to be retained on site during and after construction, and this development will be required to be reviewed and inspected by Public Works Engineering during that groundbreaking process. There's also a request to extend the proposed fence along the south side of the vehicular access point onto 39th Street. And here's a diagram of that portion of the fence. In response to the previously expressed concerns about the public road, which were received as late correspondence leading up to the June 3rd hearing, the Associated Late Correspondence Memo recommended the addition of a condition of approval requiring a sidewalk be installed along the extension of Woody Drive with this language as shown on your screen. However, the current project report for this hearing did not include this condition. So staff's recommendation would be to include this as a recommended condition of approval. In conclusion, the proposal as conditioned complies with the development code and is supported by Blueprint Boise. The planning team recommends approval of the PUD and subdivision with the addition of the condition of approval requiring the crosswalk as previously described. Thank you, and I will stand for questions.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Okay, next one from the applicant.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Adam Johnson, and I'm representing the owners of the project, Boise Christian Homes. I live at 1911 East Mount Maria Street in Meridian, and I'm a member of the board of directors. I wanted to share just a quick word on why we're moving ahead with this project. Boise Christian Homes is a nonprofit organization. It came into existence to address two felt needs in the community. One was to house orphans after World War II, and the second was to provide affordable housing for missionaries and pastors that were retired, who had served their lives spreading the gospel. The current buildings on the site were built in the 1950s as foster homes for orphans. In the 1970s, they were repurposed and partitioned into apartments for retirees. The infrastructure in these houses is in disrepair, and we frequently get collapsed sewer lines costing tens of thousands of dollars to repair. To address the needs of our residents, the board decided we need to rebuild the existing village as quickly as possible while keeping our current residents in place, since we don't have alternative places for them to reside. So that's why we're starting phase one in the southwestern corner of the property. Allows us to maintain all of the infrastructure going to the east out to 36th Street and all the existing homes. The plan before you today is a result of our work over the last 3 years and represents a thoughtful master plan for the site that will meet the needs of the Boise Christian Homes Village over the next 10 to 20 years. I also want to address the delay from the June 3rd meeting. We have an active, interested community in this development. Many of the residents wanted to express their opinions on having a city road go through the development, which doesn't happen currently. It's all internal streets currently. So that's the road from Tucker to Woody. As we reviewed some of the comments before the meeting, it became clear that there were some misunderstandings about how our phased plan was going to impact the current residents. And instead of bringing the plan at that time and having more confusion in front of you guys, we felt it was prudent to delay and address those concerns with our residents first, and come to you better aligned. So we do believe that the plan as shown will be safe for our residents through all the phases of development and meets the city's requirement for connectedness and beautification, and also integrates well into the neighborhood. I also want to mention that we as Boise Christian Homes have been good neighbors in our community for the last 70 years. And we will continue to do that with this development into the future. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, very good.
Richard Wilmot, Chrysalis Architecture, 134 South Fifth Street, Boise, Idaho. Commissioner Schaefer, members of the commission, thank you for hearing our application this evening. Apologize it was delayed from last month's hearing, but I think Mr. Dennis gave a fairly good representation of our project and many of the considerations that we've had to deal with in terms of coming up with this plan that we think is a good, effective use of this property, considering many of the requirements and restrictions that we've had to deal with trying to maintain the existing residents on the property while we try to develop a new portion of the property to move them into, then to allow us to finish the remainder of the various phases of the project. There are some unique situations here where we have Tucker Road that tees into our property, and then we have Woody to the south. Trying to connect those, we worked with ACHD, we worked with Mr. Dennis to try to figure out a good solution there. I think both Mr. Johnson and Mr. Dennis had touched on both of those points fairly well in terms of trying to maintain what we believe is a really important aspect of this project, which is walkability and connectivity. Boise Christian Homes has been a very good neighbor to this entire area for the last 70 years, and I think they want to continue to do that through connection and engagement with a lot of the existing neighbors and encouraging use through their property like they do currently. So I have a bit of a personal connection to this property. I actually grew up in the house on 36th Street, just south of this property, and my brothers and I would play football in the yard, and some of the residents that were there when I was younger are still there. So it's been kind of interesting getting to know them on a different level, not only as an adult, but helping them get to another place in their life. So we generally agree with all of the conditions, given that they do represent compliance with the zoning code requirements. However, if there's one condition that we would ask for reconsideration, is really the need for the bike parking to comply with the actual requirements of the zoning code. The residents here, they're aged. They don't ride bicycles. They're having difficulty walking and things like that. So it seems like it's a requirement that is really going to cost Boise Christian Homes additional funds that we would like to use in other places. However, if we have to do it, we'll certainly comply with the requirements. But if we could ask for any sort of reconsideration or thoughtfulness in terms of that particular requirement, we would like to try to reduce that such that we are providing bike parking for guests and maybe a little bit extra for some of the kids in the neighborhood and things like that are going to be walking through and using the property. So I'm not sure what that number needs to be, but if I had to put a number, a thumb on it, I would probably say somewhere around 25 to 30% of what the actual code requirement is. With that, I think, again, we agree with all the conditions. We look forward to your comments and look forward to an approval tonight. And if there's any questions about the project, we stand for those.
Okay, great. Thank you, gentlemen. Sit close for questions, but we're going to check in to see if we have anybody from the Collis or Neighborhood Association present. Doesn't look like that we do, so we will go ahead and open up for questions by the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney, yeah.
First of all, thanks to staff. Great analysis and graphics in the project report. I've got a couple questions. The first one for staff is we've seen some applications where we conditioned interior sidewalks as 8-foot detached. And yet we're allowing a 5-foot attached in this application. Can you explain the city's thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, the planning team felt that the proposed pathway, the internal sidewalk, all being proposed as 5 feet was adequate, given the nature of the a majority of those sidewalks are adjacent to a private road. There's additional open space, elsewhere. So that's another thing, that the attaching those sidewalks preserves a lot of open space for those amenities. So those would be those reasons.
Mr. Chair, follow.
Yep.
Question for staff again on the 5-foot pathway exit in the southwest corner. Don't we want that to be considered kind of a bike ped connection out of the development?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, I think that that's a good point. As proposed, 5 feet would only, technically allow for, it could get close between a pedestrian and a bicyclist. So that may be an area where a wider pathway would be proposed, but kind of getting back to my previous point was, as this was submitted under the purview of the legacy zoning code, that 5-foot attached sidewalk meets that street section requirement. So, but still a good point.
So follow up on that point with.
Real quick, John,
Yeah.
Matt, can you mind pulling up the site plan just so everybody can see what?
And while we're
John-
pulling that up,
John
can
is
we get the
proposing?
applicant up for a follow-up on that path?
John, you're proposing or asking about the connection.
I'm asking about the southwest
To 39th.
pedestrian connection.
Yeah, the lower left hand of the screen. Okay.
So the question for the applicant, could that be a bike ped connection, a 10-foot path?
Commissioner Mooney, that we're currently showing that as being a 10-foot wide pathway. It's not dimensioned that way, but in terms of the scale and comparison to the other sidewalks, it is wider, and we are showing it as 10 foot. And that was our actual intention, was having the southern connection to 39th be a pedestrian connection, and then the northern connection being, let's just say, a minor vehicular connection. So we are intending that.
Great, thank you. One last
Yeah, go ahead,
question
John.
for staff.
Yeah.
The class 3 tree question, the city forester says they want to see several class 3s. And then we came up in in your recommendations, 10. Is there a code reference for how many should be class 3 versus, a percentage of total caliper inches and all that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, you're correct. The forestry department recommended upsizing to class 3 trees where appropriate. However, a lot of the perimeter buffer trees, along the perimeter of the site, the property lines have overhead power lines over them. So all of those would need to be, retained as class 1 trees. And then internal to the development, I think we were the planning team was right around 25%, upsizing about 25% of those. Other than, trying to anticipate what those, needed root systems would be, what that clearance would be between those, was that determination.
Okay, thank you. I think that helps me explain it if you looked at it based on mature and roots and spacing those class 3 trees apart. So that's all I have. Thanks.
If I may,
Mhm.
Commissioner Mooney.
Yeah.
To sort of add to that, along the northern edge of the property, this area is currently served with flood irrigation. Along the northern edge, there's a connected surface drain, if you will, that serves the properties to the north and the subdivision to the north of us. Trees of that size along that edge would be rather difficult, given that we're trying to maintain, we are going to maintain that irrigation to those adjacent residences. And so I wouldn't want to affect that simply to put in a certain size of tree that would inevitably create a lot of challenges for us to deal with in terms of that root impact.
Well, I've got you up, Mr. Wilmot, and this is a perfect graphic. The brown, like the crosswalks in the rendering here, is that a material change, or are you thinking like raising those crosswalks, or can you walk me through what the color is differentiating there?
Commissioner Schaefer, yes. Our intention there is to certainly create a difference in paving and surfacing material. Also sort of utilizing some of that as storm drainage. We would have those areas be pavers, something that certainly delineates more of a pedestrian feel than simply just a driveway that is asphalt or concrete. There's going to be enough concrete on the property with our pathways between the buildings and all the entrances. And so given that that's really kind of central in terms of the connection between the first phase of the cottages to the community center and our reflection pond and our plaza area, it would make sense to us that that area feel more freely walked than being designated to say just a sidewalk.
Gotcha. Great. Thanks. Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm going to throw one at Matt then real quick.
Yeah.
Matt, I just want to make sure, you had the comment about potentially added conditions of fencing along the two properties off 39th. And then I wanted to make sure I understood the crosswalk comment. That was at the corner of Tucker and 36th. Is that right? Do I have that right?
Mr. Chair, the condition just states installed along the extension of the public road. ACHD is going to have really the final say. So
Sure.
Just trying to incorporate that community feedback into the proposal. It also says in close proximity to the detached single family homes, which are those four houses on the south side of the property. And the intent is or the response to some of the hearing those comments of, a resident having to cross the street, a public street with, given the nature of what the potential residents would be, probably wouldn't be safe to do that without a crosswalk.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you. And then Matt, I'm sure we'll get into the weeds a little bit more on this one, but can you walk us through again the bike parking requirements and any thoughts you have on the applicant's proposal to potentially reduce those requirements?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, excuse me. Obviously, the multifamily development, as I previously said, multifamily section of the development code requires one bike parking space per unit. So that would be 74. And planning staff is remaining consistent with the the written word of code, just because in addition to these residential units, there's a lot of, kind of community-centered things that would invite people of greater mobility, things like the teen center, children ministry, it being along an arterial route with a bus route. Those kind of all lead to the planning staff's recommendation of maintaining the 74 required bicycle parking spaces.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. And then again, we're back in legacy zoning code here, or still in the legacy zoning. Percentage of those that have to be covered.
Mr. Chair, 25% of those would need to be covered.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Danley, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay, I've got a few questions here, one for the applicant. And Matt, if you can pull up just the site plan, that would be fine. We had a lot of comments from from residents talking about mobility issues, and you all recognize those, walkers, wheelchairs, et cetera, et cetera. I'm curious about curb extensions, and I'm wondering, particularly at Woody, if you were driving and you were heading, I think that's north, and then heading towards the east, that 90-degree angle right there. That's one, in my mind, because you have on-street parking in particular, would be an appropriate spot for curb extensions, shorten those distances, increase visibility. So the general thought, I'm wondering if you'd be open to installing some curb extensions where they make sense.
Commissioner Danley, I think that seems appropriate. The only thing that I would want to make sure, one, that they comply with the fire department turning radius and then also how that transition looks from Woody, because we're trying to match the street section from Woody itself. And that's the piece of the Woody extension onto our property becomes rather small and kind of difficult and maybe a little awkward. My suggestion would be that maybe we try to do that not necessarily on the corner, but maybe off the corner a little bit. Maybe where there's one of the sidewalks between, say, Cottage 15 and 14, where we sort of throat down the road at that point to bring the sidewalks or the curbs a little closer together there. Or maybe near the parking lot between 15 and 13.
So you're talking about a mid-block crossing potentially.
Something to that effect. The corner, just because there's so many things happening right there, I'm sure we can figure out a way.
Fair enough.
However, I would say that there might be a better solution, something similar to what we're trying to do between the Remembrance Courtyard and the Reflection Gardens, that type of solution.
Okay, fair enough. And this would be for the applicant. So the traffic numbers that were presented from ACHD, they say 580 trips, but this isn't 580 new trips because you have existing residents, right? Do you have any idea of the number of potential trips that are being generated now?
We didn't do a traffic analysis, but
That's fair.
If we were to take it in ratios, right now we have 11 buildings that have anywhere from 2 to 4 units in them. We are proposing about, let's just say, 67% more than that. So another 2/3, if you will, in terms of building count with similar bedroom and dwelling unit count. I would say that we're somewhere around anywhere from 150 to 200 cars.
Okay.
If we were to just use a simple ratio.
Do you have a general sense of how many folks who live there now are driving?
I think that there's about 15% to 20% of the residents that are able to drive. Most of them are shuttled or let's just say carpool or brought there by other members of other churches in the valley.
But that's your best guess.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a sense, do you have any idea on the ACHD projections? This is an important point that I'm going to make here. Do you know what coding they use in their forecasts? And the reason that what I'm specifically getting at is that did they use multifamily or did they use assisted living?
I believe that they use the multifamily.
Okay, which is not what is being presented in front of us.
By the definition, yes, it is. But
right.
In terms of its actual function, you know, it's sort of a happy medium because these are folks that do still have abilities, but they're not in total need of assistance.
Like peak hour traffic going to work.
Correct. At 8 o'clock in the
Right.
morning.
It's a very different animal here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I got a few more, but I'll defer for a minute.
Okay, let's just check in. Anybody? Ladies, you're good? Okay. I think the floor is still yours, Chris. Go for it.
I would ask you how many the amenities that are being presented, many of them. Can you give me a sense of what's public versus what is private?
Commissioner Danley, most everything is intended to be public. That is sort of their let's just say model currently. Granted, there's not a lot of amenities on the property as it is. For example, the area where we're proposing phase 1 is rather undeveloped and the rough grading is difficult. It's elevated, it's lowered, you know, there's a lot of drainage back there. But the prayer pond, the Remembrance Courtyard, the Reflection Gardens, those are all intended to encourage activity and engagement from the adjacent neighbors and within the community. I would say that the community building itself, it will be operated. So the hours of that won't necessarily be that it's just an open 24-hour building for anybody that's not necessarily a resident. And even for the residents, it tends to close at 9, 10 o'clock, but they have limited access to certain parts of that building. But the community building, if anybody is welcome, that's kind of the model. As far as the teen center, that one would also be an operated building with certain hours. So anything that's within an enclosure within a building would be controlled, but anything that's open space is fairly open to the public.
Thank you. Last two questions, if I
Mhm.
might. Woody Drive, I think, is that what it is, right?
That's to the south.
Yes, that is a current dead end T type of an intersection, right? Does ACHD often puts one of their blue signs that says this road is to be extended in the future? Does that sign exist there?
I believe it does. Yes.
Okay. My last question is, and I can't find the image, I've been searching the staff report, but I think I saw this. In one of the images, there's different types of fencing material between your property and the adjacent properties. Some of it's chain link, some of it's, I think, wood slat, what have you. I'm just curious, why is that not consistent all the way around?
Commissioner Danley, those are examples of the existing fence conditions. And
Okay.
what we were trying to show is that this is what we're having to deal with in terms of how do we solve this problem? Not necessarily even a problem, but it's just a challenge for us considering the various types of fencing, and that's a lot of fence around this property. The area is larger lots. The challenge with blending that, some of the neighbors may not want fencing. For example, the property that I grew up in, we had it was just a chicken wire fence, and it was fairly open, so we could see straight through the property, and it was great. But so some people may want that. What we're showing right now is just an example of what we have, what we've done an assessment on relative to the existing condition of the fence, the type of fence. And in all reality, if we could come up with a solution that doesn't necessitate having to change every bit of fence if it's in good condition, but leave it, let's just say, somewhat inconsistent. Again, we understand that it's a cost question, but they're operating simply on this presumption that they're getting tithing from various organizations within the valley, and their funds are limited. So spending the money where it makes sense to.
Fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Wilmot, while you're up, to your point about the number of residents that currently live there and who don't drive, you're, quite a bit overparked per code. Is there any magic as to why?
Commissioner Schaefer, what we were trying to do was understand that, one, we have a zoning code to meet. Two, we understand that the residents here are going to have, let's just say, we anticipate frequent guests, whether it's friends, whether it's family, whether it's other missionaries. But we wanted to provide a good distribution of parking. And so we also have the community center that needs to be addressed. That has its own parking function. So it's sort of inflating the number a little bit above and beyond what would be traditionally accustomed for a multifamily type development. So all of those things contribute to, again, just trying to be efficient with accessibility, connectivity, and good distribution.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thanks. You guys still good over here? Okay. Gentlemen, I just realized I got all the men on one side and all the ladies on the other side, so makes it easy. Okay. Ladies, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you. Applicant, staff, thank you. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to public testimony. Okay, we've got quite a few folks here in person. I assume that want to testify. We'll come on up to the podium here one at a time. Everyone gets 3 minutes to testify. Please start with your name and address. I did have some folks, or we had some folks sign up ahead of time. I apologize, I can't read the first name. But then I have maybe a Debbie Eustick, and then a Diane Miller, Judith Roth, Lee Ross, and Lance Woodcock. So if you guys are all here, you can all come up one at a time, and we'll take your testimony. Any order is fine. So if you're ready, come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lance Woodcock. I live at 3121 North Woody Drive. So I live in that southwest corner, backing up to the property. I have about a 75-foot Ponderosa that is right next to where they're planning to put one of those mini parking lots that you spoke of. That would definitely be impacted by any change to that whole area. Additionally, all of us on Woody and Bar are on wells. And so any construction that they're going to do to that property is going to have a negative impact on our wells. Again, with the street, there is no sign that says they're going to extend that street at any point. There has not been in the past, I don't know, 10 years or so. So that's never been mentioned to any of us. This is new when they brought it to proposal. I've spoken with numerous neighbors, numerous residents at the facility. None of them want the public street going from Tucker to Woody. As a parent to two young boys, I also don't want it. It's just going to increase traffic in a negative way for all of our living experience. You talked about how you want to have things that are appropriate for the neighborhood, and I am fully on board with allowing or improving that site. I just think that there's a better way to do it and a better way to accommodate the residents that are currently there. And so I guess that's pretty much all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, folks, come on up.
I'm Lee Ross. I'm a resident of the village. I've been there for over 5 years, and I do quite a bit of work around the place. I have a couple questions. One is I don't know where the information came from, but probably 85% of the people that live there drive their own car. And I don't know if that makes a big difference. The other question is, you have city street and private streets going through the property, which now there is no through street. I don't know how you would control traffic on a private street that's connected to the city street. The other problem is that probably 90 to 100% of the people that live there really appreciate life there is like living in a park. If any of you could see the place, it has large green grass areas and big trees throughout the property, and it's quiet. There's no traffic, and you don't have to worry about getting run over if you're working a walker across the street or a cane or a wheelchair or whatever. So there's going to be some danger involved with these older people. And they are quite mobile. Even the ones that use a walker go out and walk through the garden and enjoy the deer that come into the property and the quail and the other amenities. So they're thinking, the people that live there, they're thinking, now we're going from living in a park to living in a city. And they kind of oppose that. And I don't think we've been offered any alternatives on how this could be constructed. We all want it to carry on in the future. None of us are going to live there much longer, but the next generation, the next people that come in, we want a place for them, but we would also like it to be similar to what we have now. So anyway, that's the consensus. And then most of the neighbors, we've talked to many neighbors, and they are basically all in opposition to this proposal.
Okay, Mr.
So
Ross, I'm
what
sorry.
I
your-
would like to suggest tonight,
I'm sorry, Mr. Ross, your time is
my
up.
minutes are up.
Yeah, apologize.
I would like
That's
to
code.
suggest that we postpone a decision until more input could be discussed or options discussed and that sort of thing.
Understood.
Thank you,
Great.
board.
Okay,
Thank you guys for your service.
thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ross. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Please, come on up.
My name is Celia Eustick, and I've lived at the village for about 3 years. And so I'm not an architect and I'm not a contractor. However, the idea of that street going through all the way is just, even with a sidewalk that goes, if you put that sidewalk at 36th and Tucker, that will do no good, because from there to the back, that's where the people go. There's times of, we eat together. We play games together. We just visit together. And so for people to not be able to just go safely will be a terrible thing. And so, and the idea, what Lee said about the number of people that drive is exactly pretty much opposite of what was reported. There is about 80 to 85% of the people that drive, and they drive safely. It's not like they barely make it. And even when it's dark or snowing, a lot of us still drive. You know, I mean, I'd prefer not to, but then I preferred not to when I was 40. So, you know, I don't like driving in the snow.
Yeah.
So there's that, but it's the concept of, and the historical part of it, of this whole place, the village that we call it, that will be, the way it sits right now with that road idea, that will be totally changed. And that's not what the mission, you know, the houses that are there now, I always wonder, what is the alternative to that, to just fix what we have? Now, I know there's a lot of pieces to that, but what are the numbers to that? What are the numbers? You know, to fix the plumbing and the sewer and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed. It's old. I mean, I live there. It's old. However, there's a lot of other ideas that could maybe be had if we knew the numbers, if whoever was knew the numbers. So anyway, but mostly it's the road. The road will just change everything negatively if it goes all the way through.
Okay.
And the road needs to be fixed. It's not the greatest road, but can't that be fixed? Can it be repaved or whatever you do? So anyway, that's it. But mostly it's the road and the way people live there and the peace and the communication between each other. And we're all getting older. We need that kind of thing. And that's what it was, the original mission was for. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Paul. I live at 3120 North Woody Drive. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everybody that this is going to be a phased project and that the residents are going to be, different 30 years from now than they are now. And we haven't heard if there's age, what are there going to be the requirements, or, what kinds of people are going to be living there, and will it be families and that kind of thing. So my property directly abuts, I'm right across from Lance, directly abuts the Boise Christian Home. There's a chain link fence. I would prefer not having a chain link fence. In fact, I have a solid wood fence on my side. they are very good neighbors currently. So we have both the question of the road being, so I live on a dead end. I bought property on a dead end, and I did do research to find out what was going to happen with the road and with that property. And this was 1 year ago, and nothing was available to say that there were changes coming. And there are a number of children under the age of 12 living in that Bar Woody neighborhood. So construction traffic. So we're going to have construction traffic for probably a couple decades now. And I do not want that construction traffic coming down Woody. Woody is not an appropriate street, so the construction traffic is going to need to come from 36. And I would like to have that as a condition of this project if it is proposed, if approved. I want to second what Lance mentioned about water. We are not hooked up. None of the residences have municipal water. There is no hookup on Woody or Bar. And there have been no geotechnical studies. I've asked Mr. Dennis a number of times. I've tried to get in touch with Public Works. What is going to be the impact on our wells? And that's not to say that the impact, it's information that should be known and taken into consideration on this. ACHD has already approved a plan for reconstruction on Taft. So that's another reason why, if you're going to try and bring construction crews and all that kind of material for that first phase on Taft, then you may have trouble because that road may be closed part of the time. I'm concerned about the lighting and having all-night lighting. It's a very dark neighborhood right now, and I'd like to keep it that way. And also the landscaping. Many of the plant choices are not native. There's no reason why the landscaping should not be native throughout. And in my written testimony, I did provide ideas on what kind of native plants could go in there. And there's professional people that could figure that out better than I could, but I made some suggestions. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else would they testify? Yep, come on up.
My name's Carl Morris. I live at 3100 North 36th Street. Live just down the street from the Christian home. I've lived in that neighborhood since 2000. And the Christian home is it's a little piece of our neighborhood that hasn't been impacted by housing developments and apartment complexes and all the stuff that's going on in our community. And I understand why they're looking to propose this. I get it. I think there's some other alternatives to this. I think 74 units is a little excessive. The impact, as the lady brought up, she'd rather see all the construction crews going down 36. That's right in front of my house. I get it, but that piece of property, like Lee said, and some of the other residents, it's a precious piece of land, not just material value. It's quiet. It adds to our community. It adds to our neighborhood. And I agree. There needs to be some development in there and some rehashing. Those places are a little bit in disrepair. I know the sewer system could really stand an upgrade. I get all that. The extension of Woody dying into Tucker Street, I really don't understand the logic with that. I mean, you're running a major street through a retirement community, or is that the intent? Is it going to be a retirement community, or are we going to turn into multi-family housing as it's stated. Are we gonna have multi-families in there, or is this gonna be a retirement community? As it has been for the last, what, 50 years? So I'm a little confused by this whole thing right now. And, you know, there's some of us out there that are resistant to change, but I understand it. I get it. I just think that they need to look at some other alternatives. And 74 units is a lot. And it's a lot of parking. It's a lot of bicycles. It's just a lot for that piece of property. And I think they could come up with some alternatives that would be within the flavor of that area and that piece of property as it has been for the last 100 years.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Eric Hansen. I live on 3707 West Bar Street. I'm neighbors with Lance and Liz and the gentleman that was just up here speaking. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you. I'm for the project. I recognize the need to do something for the retirement community and add some more space. I'm adamantly against Tucker Lane coming through and connecting to Woody. It does not make any sense to me. To me, the reason why you'd want to do that is to turn this into a multifamily use property and away from the retirement use that it currently is. Woody Street, which I entered to get into my house on Bar Street, which is a dead end cul-de-sac, is no sidewalks on Woody. We park on the street because these were older homes built in the 1950s. We have very small driveways, very small garages. They don't accommodate today's cars. So if we have more than one car in the house, you have a car parked on the street and one car in the driveway. So this will be very difficult to add that kind of traffic to Woody, not to mention the number of children in the neighborhood. And as a point of clarification, when you turn off of Taft onto Woody, there's a sign that says no outlet. It does not say for future extension or whatever you had asked. There is a sign there that says no outlet. So you know you're going into a dead end neighborhood. And I think Tucker, being a pass-through street right in front of 36th and Taft, is only going to encourage people to cut the light when there's a red light. If they're coming down 36th Street heading to State, they're just going to cut that corner when they see a red light cut right through our neighborhood. And what they're trying to do to Taft right now is to bring in traffic calming and make it for pedestrian use. I don't see how this will benefit the redevelopment that we've just approved for Taft Street that we've had a number of years of discussing and multiple changes to where it's going to be very pedestrian friendly. To me, this goes right against what we're asking to have done on Taft. So thank you for my time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and check in. Staff, do you have anybody online? If you're online and would like to testify, please go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, looks like no takers. Final call for those of you in person. All right, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Bring up the applicant team again for a quick rebuttal.
Commissioner Schaefer, members of the commission. Yes, Mr. Johnson had corrected me that, yeah, apparently 85% of the residents actually drive. In terms of the road, we understand that there are concerns with making connections and providing that connectivity between public and private. When we had first initiated conversation with ACHD, they wanted us to actually make all of the roads public, and we were fairly against that for the obvious reasons of being able to keep the size of the road as small as possible to encourage pedestrian connectivity and not have it be, let's just say, as wide as 36th Street with bike lanes and whatnot. So we've negotiated out of that with ACHD to only get to this point with having this simple connection between Tucker and Woody. And when you look at the overall area and the comprehensive plan for this particular area, it makes sense from a transportation perspective. But we were able to negotiate a small street section with them and eliminate all of the other public streets that they really wanted on the property. And so we feel like we got a win there, especially with ACHD. You know, the other thing to keep in mind, you know, it sounds like there's a little bit of misconception here about what the project actually is. Boise Christian Homes is continuing to operate this project and this property for there's been no discussion about anybody else operating it, and it's going to continue to operate in its very similar function. So I think that should be understood and be made absolutely clear. As far as the, you know, some of the intangibles and the feeling of the property, you know, we've taken great effort to try to maintain, let's just say, that park-like setting. But there are modern amenities that need to be incorporated with those things. So we have more than enough pedestrian amenities. We've got the reflection pond and more green space than I think we're probably 3 times what's required by code for open space and connections and pedestrian amenities. So we feel like we're meeting that intent with a good gesture. So with that, again, we don't have any objections to the staff report, and I stand for any final questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilmot. We appreciate that. Okay, I think that does it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. We'll go ahead and bring this back before the commission to render a decision. Again, we do have 2 items. We have the PUD and the subdivision. Of course, we're recommending on the subdivision to city council. And as we entertain a motion here, you know, we can pick these up individually or do them together. It's your guys' pleasure.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Danley.
I think we can try this together.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that we approve PUD 23-31. And I'm going to make a motion that we recommend approval to City Council SUB 23-39 with the additional conditions in the staff report. Number 1, that a condition regarding a 10-foot pathway be added to the southwest corner in accessing this property. Number 2, that curb extension analysis be conducted and presented to council prior to the hearing date, or at the hearing date. Number 3, that bike parking be required as part of phase 4. And for now, those are the 3 conditions I would add.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Mooney. All right. Chris, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Okay. This is one of those where changes certainly can be hard. And this is a site, I know it, and it does have quite a bucolic setting, and what is being proposed is quite different. Having said that, I've been up on this dais for like, 8 or 9 years. Frankly, I believe that this might be the best application I've ever seen. This application has everything could ever imagine. This has not only the housing component, it has numerous community sites, it has walking paths, open spaces, it has a whole slew of things that are not just going to be for current and or future residents, but also for the community at large moving forward. It is the definition of infill, right? It's completely surrounded by other housing. And we know that it's needed, and it's serving not only a purpose for housing, but also a mission of the applicant who has a private property right, as we all do who own property, and they are exercising that. I think with respect to the connection of the road, I can understand. I totally understand some of the fears. I get that. Having said that, here's what I would say to that though. There's a reason why no road in the north end has ever been widened. It's because it's incredibly connected. When we fail to connect streets, we put pressure on the limited number of streets. We make a fire hose versus a sprinkler. And those connections are paramount to actual safety. In this instance, the applicant went above and beyond by narrowing the road to 27 feet despite ACHD's request to make it 33 feet. They've made this road, in my professional opinion, even safer than what the public entity required. I do believe there are additional things that can be done, thus the curb extension concept and some of the things that we've discussed this evening. But I believe that ultimately this application from a transportation perspective, from a walkability perspective, meets a lot of marks. My last point will be what's truly missed in what was done with the district is that this is not the same apples to apples comparison with regard to driving behavior. The peak hour concept doesn't exist. This is a group of retirees, right? And so those numbers are frankly out the window. However, when it comes to, for example, like the bike parking, I think that's a very critical point because it is public. You answered that question. So there could very well be a draw. You're going with the parking side. That's how you see that needing to be above and beyond. So for those reasons, I'm gonna stick with my motion and all the conditions, additional conditions. I do want to add one last thing, and that is this. The one area that I'm struggling with, and maybe my fellow commissioners maybe we add a fourth condition. I don't know what to do about the well situation with the water situation. That is not my expertise. And I think that that's something that we should at least try to present to council somehow, some way. Maybe it's additional information that be presented. I don't know how we handle that, but I do think it's an important enough issue that it be elevated before council makes their final decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think thank you, Chris. Yeah, good commentary. I think staff, on the well issue, right? I mean, the development will be required to tap into city water, right? So in that regard, I assume property might be on a well now. So that those wells would theoretically not be used anymore. They're the ones that are on the property that are being developed, the property that's being developed. So in my mind, I don't think there's really anything we need to do, right? I mean, it's a requirement that they tap into city water with the development, just like sewer, right? So it'll be on city water, it'll be on city sewer. So to me, I think it's a moot issue.
I guess I'm getting at the
other than
neighbors
like
around it.
Yes.
Well, right, but yeah, I mean, beyond the geotechnical studies, right? I mean, we don't have all the information at hand right now, right? They'll have to do geotechnical studies before they go for building permits. So more information to come. But I think in my view anyway, right, this amount of development that's going to city water and not being used by wells any longer is a net benefit to the remaining wells in the area. That's kind of how I view it anyway. And that's a typical requirement, right? It's a normal requirement. City water is available. You tap into city water as you develop. So that's a normal thing that happens. But again, that's just my 2 cents, so we can entertain. If there's more commentary we want to put on the record or conditions, we can do that. I suppose the other one I wanted to chat with staff about too was dark sky. We had the comment about street lighting. I know that Public Works said we need about a dozen light poles within the development. Is there anything, staff, just refresh my memory if you would please, and we're on legacy zoning code, is there anything we need to do as far as dark sky requirements or anything like that? That's in the code, correct? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there's no regulation of that dark sky requirement that you said. So with Public Works Streetlights Department recommending that condition of approval with those added streetlights, that would be staff's recommendation.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tony.
I just want to add to what Commissioner Danley said about the bike parking. the current residents, many of them have walkers or or in wheelchairs and, are not likely to ride bikes, but future residents, they're trying to build this out to be sustainable as a property for the foreseeable future. Future residents could be bicyclists and want to use that. In addition to the point that this will be mostly open to the public, as Commissioner Danley mentioned as well. So
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks, Commissioner Torres. Yeah.
I am going to go back to the water,
Okay.
the water question. So, I'm not intimately familiar with whether or not the geotechnical study would be available to the public once it's been completed. And then even when it is done, how is that, there were I think there were a couple of written comments and then one of the public comments today regarding the private wells. So how do you, is our role to protect water quality and water quantity? I don't think so. Actually, it's not. But how can we ensure that we take into account impacts to those individual wells adjacent to the property?
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if there's a real clear answer here. The development has to go through, they're not going to go through design review. Do they say? We have design, no DR. Okay. So then staff, as far as like the comment regarding the geotechnical report, they're going to have to do just to build it. What's the method to make that public if there's no design review? Is it typical that if like a building permit, you could get that?
Mr. Chair, yes, anything submitted for the building permit would also be public record. That could
Okay.
be pulled up and reviewed just the same as finding a entitlement record.
Okay, great. Thank you. See, we all learn every time we're up here. We learn something new. So, yeah, I don't know if that helps Commissioner Seha. This is it's a development project, right? And, these sorts of things, that's why we do these sorts of things, right? The geotechnical reports, the investigations, the site surveys, all of that stuff, right? So, I guess I'm struggling with what our motion or our condition really would be here, I understand the concern, certainly, right? But as I said previously, right, this development it's a net, positive for the remaining wells in the area because there'll be fewer wells, right? That this property is not going to be pulling from. So in my view, right, and they're going to be required to tap into city water for all of these projects, for all these new facilities. So in my view, it seems like it'd be a net positive. But again, we don't have the geotechnical study that really understands exactly depths to groundwater and wells and, all that jazz. Just kind of thinking out loud at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, John.
So just to clarify, the motions before us it also includes the city's recommended condition with the crosswalk.
We should probably add that just to be very clear on the record. Yeah. So a friendly amendment time. Let's
I even wrote
wade
it
into
down. Gosh dang it. I even wrote it down.
While you're at it, Mr. Motioner, we also had the comment on the fencing on 39th too, the two properties on 39th, if I remember correctly. Wasn't there earlier?
There was a request on that.
Yeah.
It was a public request, if my understanding correct, right? Let me start with this additional,
please.
The fourth condition of approval for the SUB. And that is, gosh, correct me, Matt, but that crosswalk be installed at the site designated by staff, because I don't remember exactly where you said. Right.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that recommended condition of approval is on your screen now.
All right, I'll just read it. Item number 4, condition of approval to say that a crosswalk shall be installed within the proposed extension of the public road. Said crosswalk shall be located in close proximity to the 4 detached single-family units and shall incorporate paint striping where it crosses the public road.
And John, as the seconder, do you agree with the amendment?
I agree.
Great, thank you. Staff, legal, we're good there. Excellent, get nods, I like that. Okay. John, do you have any other thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Since you were the seconder, so any other thoughts?
Yeah, just a few comments. One of the testimonials we heard was, there's a better way to do this, but this is what's before us. This applicant's got a property and a private property right, and this is what they proposed, and it's accordance with code, and I'm in support of the motion. I also really appreciated the residents' testimony about living in a park, and now we're going to be living in a city, but he also recognized that this is, that he wants a good facility for future residents. And that's what we're here to make sure is that the code complies with future requirements. And Public Works did a great job of making that statement. They said in their comments to staff, Public Works treats all multifamily properties the same and does not consider any protected traits of the individuals living in the complex. So there's been a lot of talk about elderly folks and anything, but we're all folks, we're all residents of the city, and we have to just comply with the code as is. The road will change everything was another comment, but I think the private street thing is really appropriate, and Commissioner Danley brought that up, and the way the applicant handled that with ACHD is great. In fact, I'd like to read into the record because this is phenomenal in my view. After reviewing the fact that the applicant appealed this to ACHD and got to this private street is commendable. So ACHD report said, after reviewing the appeal and consulting with Boise City staff, ACHD has accepted the appeal to allow the applicant to construct 27-foot wide public roadways internal to the site as the applicant's proposal, this is important, does meet district policy, and the city of Boise did not have concerns with the reduced street section or identify a need for additional on-street parking. And that's a great commendation to the applicant and the city staff for working with ACHD and getting to, you've heard me complain about that over and over again, ACHD and the city not talking about who's driving this train. That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you, John.
Mr. Chair.
Jennifer, yeah.
All right, so I think a few items, I'll be in support of the motion. I think bike parking here makes sense as required by code, especially since this is it's utilizing the transit incentives. If we're utilizing those incentives for greater density, it makes sense to provide additional transportation options without reduction. I think all the comments about the quiet property, how it's park-like and peaceful, I think the applicant has gone to several lengths to provide creative kind of solutions to that with the Remembrance Courtyard, the Reflection Garden, some open spaces. I think there are areas in here that can provide some peace and quiet that aren't required as part of a PUD. There's an assortment of amenities that can be required, and those are not necessarily on the list. So this would be, you know, just a creative solution to those amenities. And I think on the water, I'm hesitant to place any sort of condition on the water and the wells. I think it's an important topic, but it will be connected to city water. There will be a geotechnical report that you can put in a records request when the building permit is applied for and get that. And that should be available on the city as well. So please do that if you're interested. But other than that, I think it's a creative solution and a good project.
Great. Thanks, Jennifer.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, please.
I'm just going to say I'm in support of the motion and will be voting in favor. I appreciate the thoughtfulness it seems that the development is bringing to that community. I do happen to live close by and appreciate the nature of what they're trying to do to create something public for us other residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Doan. Commissioner
Chairman, I will be supporting the motion. I actually jog down 36th and 39th on a very regular basis. And I hear the neighbors' concerns. Like, I understand change is hard, especially when you have this little piece of open space, private open space that you can look at. But it is going to bring a benefit to our neighborhood. It's going to allow for more housing for folks within that community. And it is, as many of my colleagues up here have mentioned this evening, providing some additional amenities that will be available to neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Seha. Okay, last but not least here, I guess for me, yeah, I want to thank the applicant for the nice presentation. I want to thank everybody for your testimony tonight. Thank you, Matt, for staff report, and Crystal for helping out with the questions. I will be firmly in support of the motion. I agree with all the statements that my fellow commissioners have made about the project. I think it presents really well. I do also recognize that change is hard. However, I think it bears repeating that this is a phased project that's going to take decades to implement, right? And it's going to take a lot of time, and it's not going to happen overnight, you know, and I think that I'm hoping that there's some solace in that with some of the folks that express some concerns about the change, right? I think at the end of the day, this will add a great benefit to the community. And I agree with Commissioner Danley, you know, this applicant has done a lot to provide amenities to the greater public, right? Not just to those that live on the property. So that is a tremendous effort, and it should be recognized that they're doing that, you know, for the greater community. The road connectivity, as Commissioner Danley also stated, I think is also a benefit. I think the thing that struck me too during the presentations is that the road connectivity is going to improve fire access throughout the neighborhood, right? And general access throughout the neighborhood, and continue to distribute vehicles more evenly throughout the neighborhood. So I think once it's all said and done, I think that a lot of the concerns I hope will be mitigated by just the better access and the better use, you know, throughout the neighborhood that road connection will provide. And then again, like Commissioner Mooney said, kudos to the applicant for getting ACHE to agree to some private streets, which is no small feat in itself. Okay, so I think with that, we'll go ahead and move towards the vote here. Staff, do we feel comfortable with the amended conditions that we added? Okay, no need to repeat those. We're okay there. Excellent. With that, we'll go ahead and call the vote then. Again, we have a motion to approve PUD 23-31 and a motion to recommend approval of SUB 23-39. Commissioner Danley was the motioner and Commissioner Mooney was the second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Yes.
Danley,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Mooney,
Yes.
Seha,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Doan,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everybody. The next, we have one more application tonight. I think we'll take another quick 5-minute break before we dive into item number 4. All right, folks, we'll get going again. All right, our last item before us this evening. It's actually 3 items. Let's see. CPA 24-1, CAR 24-1, and CUP 24-12. The applicant is Hawkins Companies. The project address is 1770 South Maple Grove Road. So we have a comprehensive plan amendment to change the land use designation from suburban to compact on 6.12 acres in a proposed R2 zone. And then a rezone of those acres from A1 to R2. And then also a conditional use permit to exceed the density limit of the B1 airport influence area for a multi-family development comprised of 174 units on said 6.12 acres in the proposed R2 zone. That is a mouthful. As a reminder, we are in the modern zoning code with this application. So consider that. And we've got Jesse Lyle from staff online, and we also have Rebecca Hupp from the airport here in person. So Jesse, I assume you're going to take it away for staff?
Mr. Chair. Can you see my screen?
We can. Yep.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The item before you is CAR 24-1, CPA 24-1, and CUP 24-12. This project is being reviewed under the Modern Zoning Code. The subject property is located at 1770 South Bagel Grove Road, and this is a request for a comprehensive plan amendment to change the land use designation from suburban to compact, a rezone of approximately 6.12 acres from A1 to R2, and a conditional use permit to exceed the density limits of the B1 airport influence area for multifamily development comprised of 174 units. The proposed density is approximately 20 units per acre. The subject property is primarily undeveloped, and the applicant proposes to remove the existing structures, connect Vincent Street and Meridian Court or Mediterranean Court with the new public roadway, and construct 3 multifamily buildings with a clubhouse adjacent to Maple Grove Road. The proposed land use change to compact would allow for the rezone to R2, which does not have a density limit. While increased density along an arterial roadway and near a community activity center would typically be supported, the subject property lies within the B1 airport influence area, which limits density to 5 units per acre unless more density is approved through conditional use permit. Comments received from the Boise Airport and the Idaho Air National Guard are not supportive of the proposed increase in density due to the need to preserve the airport influence area for future expansion of airport operations. Therefore, the existing suburban land use designation is appropriate for this location, and the proposed R2 zoning designation is not compatible with the existing B1 airport influence area limits. This area currently experiences substantial air traffic noise as it aligns with the takeoff and landing area of the airport runway as shown on the screen. The Idaho Air National Guard is projected to transition to the F-16 jet in 2027, which is louder than the current A-10 aircraft. Further projected growth models for the future air traffic shows increased potential for noise impacts in this area. Because the airport is a major economic driver and location dependent, the proposal to increase the density in this area above 5 units per acre is contradictory to a high-level goal of the comprehensive plan. As outlined in your packet, the site generally complies with the standards of the development code. However, there are safety concerns with the proposed roadway. The proposed curb cuts do not meet ACHD's driveway spacing requirements and create potential conflicts at the corner. Additionally, the roadway as proposed would create double-fronted lots to the south. As shown on the screen, there is an alternative roadway configuration that would avoid some of these issues. The applicant is also proposing attached sidewalk along the roadway, whereas detach is required by the development code. Additionally, the site dedicates a large percentage of the land area to surface parking and impermeable surfacing. Finally, as proposed, the project is not meeting the requirement for Class 3 perimeter trees. Public comment was received with letters included in your packet in link correspondence. Recurring themes are shown on the screen and include concerns with traffic and privacy impacts, the proposed density, and existing airport noise impacts. Some commenters were supportive of residential density at, residential development at lower densities, such as 1 to 2 story apartment buildings or townhomes as a transition to the commercial uses to the north. Comments were also received from the Idaho Air National Guard in support of maintaining the airport influence area as adopted in order to ensure future compatibility with military aviation operations. And representatives from the Air National Guard are here this evening and available for any questions you may have. On Friday, comments were received from the FAA after the late correspondence memo was issued. These comments are summarized on your screen, and the FAA has confirmed that the current airport influence area meets grant assurance obligations and mentioned that the airport Airports throughout the nation have seen negative impacts from not properly protecting against non-compatible land uses. While the existing A1 zone does not provide for the highest and best use of the land, there are opportunities to develop this area within the allowances of the B1 airport influence area. A rezone to R1B or R1C would be allowed within the current suburban land use designation, and the B1 airport influence area would support up to 30 homes on the subject property with the option for additional ADUs. Other community uses that would enhance the goals of the activity center are allowed by right or conditionally as shown on the screen. And now I will turn it over to Rebecca Huff from the Boise Airport for more information.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and talk with you about this project. And before I jump into the specifics, I thought it might be helpful to just give some background about the airport, because I think we always want to accommodate housing. We recognize how important housing is in our community, and that it is a big issue. However, the airport, we only have one commercial airport in the Treasure Valley, and it's imperative that we preserve the opportunity to continue to operate at the airport and preserve opportunity for future expansion. And noise and encroachment is one of the most significant issues facing airports today. And so I just wanted to highlight the growth that the airport has seen, and it is reflective of the growth in the valley. And this is definitely a time where we have to balance competing interests. We talk about commercial service. The chart I just showed that we had a record number of travelers in 2023. But even beyond that, there's a number of other uses at the airport. It goes far beyond commercial travel. We have the National Interagency of Firefight Center here. We have cargo, we have corporate, we have military, general aviation, just a number of different activities at the airport. So when we think about the airport, yes, of course, we always think about commercial travel because that's our most common interaction with the airport, but it does go beyond that, and our functions at the airport are critical to this community. This economic impact slide is from 2019. That was the last time the state did an economic impact. By reference, we did about just under 2 million passengers in 2019. In 2023, the most recent year, we did 4.8 million passengers. So just a dramatic increase in the number of passengers that are using our community. And again, this aligns with the growth that we're seeing in our community. And as we continue to see growth in people moving here, not only do they need housing, but they are going to need the airport and the airport services. So I just wanted to offer that sort of as a backdrop for the conversation that we're having. The airport influence area was adopted many years ago. I don't remember the exact number, but many years ago, and it stayed consistent because the need to protect the airport has remained consistent. The need to prevent encroachment and incompatible land use has not changed. And so I know the applicant would encourage you to consider using noise contours as the method that you would use to decide whether or not it's an encroachment on the airport. But I would just remind you that noise contours change over time. They ebb and flow with the number of aircraft. They ebb and flow with the type of aircraft. Also, the time of the flights also impacts the noise contours. So later flights are weighted more heavily. So as we experience more traffic at early hours of the morning or late hours of the morning, it impacts the way people perceive noise differently. And so the airport influence area was adopted. It was a conscious decision to leave it as the airport influence area and not change it with the noise contours to ensure that we have the opportunity to continue to have an opportunity for growth at the airport without negatively impacting citizens and neighbors. This is the same slide that Jesse shared, but I do want to just point out that this particular project is right off the center line. It's just directly in line with the center line, meaning that aircraft will be flying directly over this particular development. She also touched on the fact that we will see new aircraft coming to the Idaho Air National Guard. They can probably tell you better than I, but I think they've had about 10 different iterations of aircraft during their tenure here. And so a transition from one aircraft type to another is not unusual. It is known that the F-16 is louder than the A-10. And we also know that neighbors will be concerned about the noise, even if it doesn't reach the threshold of the noise contour criteria set by FAA. I do want to touch on our grant obligations. As a airport and as a city, we receive grants from the FAA. And every time we receive a grant from them, we sign what's called a grant assurance. Many of them are very basic. They're things like the airport will be open to the public. We won't discriminate. We will allow all aircraft to land and depart from the airport. One of the key obligations is that we ensure as a city, as a grant recipient, that we ensure compatible land use with the airport, meaning that we do everything that we can to prevent encroachment. And to put that in perspective, in the last 10 years, the airport's received about $110 million in grant funding. We expect to receive about $143 million in the next 5 years. So again, substantial investments by the FAA into our facility and our infrastructure, and it's imperative that we continue to comply with that. And we did receive a letter from the FAA again on Friday because of the Thursday holiday last week. But specifically, they say restricting land use near the airport from non-compatible development ultimately protects the community from the negative impacts of aviation noise. The airport influence area allows the city of Boise to protect its current and future residents from potential impacts. There are many examples across the country of airports not adequately protecting against non-compatible land use, resulting in numerous noise and other complaints. These complaints can be expensive and lengthy to resolve, which in turn can affect planned development needed to meet aviation demand. Under the grant assurance obligations, the city of Boise must consider potential future impacts to the airport when considering any exceptions to the zoning currently in place to protect the airport. So we are asking that the commission uphold and stick to the current airport influence area zoning. That picture there is from concerned neighbors when they were weighing in on a previous transition to a louder aircraft, just really highlighting the fact that citizens are concerned about the impact of aircraft noise on the community, even when they have been informed in advance that they are purchasing a property near the airport. So we would ask that in order to ensure the future development of the airport and also to protect citizens in the future, that we uphold the current airport influence area designation and zoning. And I would be happy to stand for questions.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Jesse. Stay close for questions, but we're going to hear from the applicant first, and then potentially the neighborhood association, and then we'll have questions. Speaking of the applicant, here he is.
Good evening, commissioners, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ethan Mansfield, Hawkins Companies. Address is 855 West Broad Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. And Crystal, if you could fire up my presentation, please.
Can we stick to 10, Ethan?
I think I can make it under 10. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. So this site is located within the Maple Grove and Overland Community Activity Center. As Jesse mentioned, it's located about 1/8 of a mile south of Maple Grove and Overland. And I think importantly, this site would be zoned R2 with the modern zoning code, but for two things. Number one, no property within the city zoned A1 was rezoned. So A1 is going to remain A1 no matter where you are. Second thing is, this bus route runs less frequently than 15 minutes. There are only 3 bus routes in the city that run more frequently than 15 minutes. That was the criteria that basically bumped properties within an eighth of a mile of a corridor to the R2 zone. So just something to consider as you think about this site and its appropriateness for, this R2 zoning designation. It's on arterials. I think very clearly it does comply with many, many objectives of Blueprint Boise, as Jesse noted, and actually complies better with Blueprint Boise than the suburban land use does in this case. I'll talk a little bit very briefly about the details of the proposed project, but I'd like to save some time to discuss the airport influence area. We're looking at constructing 174 multifamily homes within two 4-story buildings with a maximum height of 45 feet, and then one 3-story building, which we moved from 4 stories to 3 stories based on feedback from the adjacent neighborhood to the south. We're providing 1.56 parking spaces per unit. The household here have typically 2.2 vehicles per household. So I think our parking ratio is about right. We're providing a public road connecting Mohican to Vincent. This provides low stress network and access to the Vanell Street Bikeway. And you can see we have pretty decent pedestrian connectivity throughout the site. We've kind of located our building strategically around kind of 2 central amenity spaces, or 2 amenity spaces, kind of one on either end of the project. And I think one thing that I should note is that we are absolutely looking forward to having additional discussions about this public roadway and are more than open to looking at ways to relocate it to make it better. If you have feedback about making it better, design review committee will have feedback about making it better, ACHD. So we took the initial feedback, came up with this, but we're absolutely committed to exploring that further through the design review process. We just didn't want to get too far with the final design before nailing this down first. So let's talk a little bit about the airport influence area and noise exposure maps. Very first thing I want to say about this is we have absolutely no intention of negatively impacting the airport's operation or the operation of the Idaho Air National Guard, or violating or creating any sort of land use incompatibility. And we truly do not think that this project actually does that. And I'm going to explain why looking at these 2 maps. So this is the map that we think makes sense to use to address compatibility with airport operations. And here's why. Per the Boise Airport's NOAA's compatibility study, this noise exposure map represents a worst case scenario for which the city of Boise and Ada County can use to make informed land use and zoning decisions. And I can explain the map a little bit here. So these are day-night level noise contours. So essentially what you're looking at is within red, you're looking at the day-night level of 75 decibels or higher currently associated with noise associated with the Boise Airport. Orange indicates a day-night noise level of 70 decibels or higher. 65, or the yellow represents 65 decibels or higher, and green represents 60 decibels or higher. I should state that these are modern maps prepared for the Boise Airport by professional engineers, designed using well-documented and federally mandated guidelines, and approved and used extensively by the FAA. These are updated using assumptions about airport growth and current sound data. They're updated every 5 years for the intended purpose of land use planning. That's what we use these for. And this particular map, created in 2020, assumes 18 F-35s at Gowan Field, and it was prepared kind of in conjunction with the EIS for the F-35 mission. So this is the best data that we have about F-35s. And you can see here that per the FAA, residential land use and related structures are compatible without restriction below the 65 decibel contour. You can see here that we're about 1.5 miles outside of that 65 decibel contour. So really quickly, when it comes to compatibility, we talk a lot about compatibility. This is the guiding document addressing compatibility with airport noise. 14 CFR Part 150 is the guiding document discussing airport noise compatibility. That's what we're using to kind of guide our decision-making here when we choose to go after, put this site under contract, examine, is this feasible to put residential development here? That's what we're using. So let's talk a little bit about the other map that we've been looking at. So this originally was created sometime in the 1980s. And according to the airport, although none of us were around 40 years ago, we don't know the basis of the AIA maps. They've served us well over the past 40 years. They were created originally to mitigate neighborhood concern and preserve the airport's future. However, per the noise compatibility studies conducted in 2006 and 2015, the AIA boundaries have not changed since before 1996. So what that means is this AIA is based on noise data and traffic and airport operations from 1992 or 1994. And this is how it's changed. These show where noise is compatible and not compatible. Outside the 65 decibel range, this residential land use is compatible. Inside the 65 decibel range, land use is not compatible. Residential land use is not compatible. So look, in 1992 and 2000, yes, absolutely, this would have been an incompatible land use. But look how it changes over time, despite the increased volume of air traffic. We've experienced a 40% decrease in the size of the AIA, the size of the noise exposure, the area that is deemed non-compatible for residential uses since 1992. And this is very commonly experienced throughout the nation. O'Hare has experienced a 80% reduction in size of what is compatible or what is non-compatible from 1979 to 2020. So these things are historically getting smaller, not larger. And so right now, Boise's airport influence area B, B1, and C, which limit residential development, cover 2 square miles more than O'Hare's current 65 plus DNL noise contour. Just to set that in perspective. So why is this? Well, airplanes continue to emit less noise. So new plane technologies have continued to emit less noise and shrink noise exposure maps. And that holds true across the country. The FAA, not the Future Farmers of America, but the Federal Aviation Administration, aircraft manufacturers, and airlines continue to work to reduce aircraft noise at the source, and NEMs will continue to shrink over time despite more flights and enplanements. We're flying more than ever before, especially in Boise. It doesn't mean our noise exposure maps are going to get bigger. So here's the question. Which map should the city use to guide future growth? We think that we should be using a map based on, I'll come back to this, but I'm running out of time. We think we should be using a map. This was created in the last 28 years. That's been updated every 5 years, that incorporates future airport growth assumptions, is based on the result of sound studies performed by people who do sound studies, whose stated purpose is informing land use decisions, that uses federal approved guidelines for its development. It's documented and understood that that's what it's for, is to make land use decisions. It's approved and used by the FAA. It influences airport funding, and it's zoned based on current noise contours. And one more thing I'd like to just point out, if I may have a few more minutes. So I'd like to just point out a little bit of history around recent land use cases within the AIA and the noise exposure maps. We'll start with PUD 2003, which is the Elder Apartments. This developer was proposing 84 units in area of airport influence A. That's where residential development is allowed by the airport influence area comprehensive plan and now currently codified. The airport's comment is airport funding is negatively impacted and the airport opposes residential development. Even though it was within Airport Influence Area A, which allows residential development, it was also inside the day-night level noise contour 65, which causes an incompatibility per the FAA. So essentially, and you can see it in the comments from the airport, that they reference the Part 150 study, they reference the NEM and they use the NEM to make their decision. They're not using the AIA to make their decision. They're using the noise exposure map to make their decision. And that's why they denied this, not because of the AIA, but because of the noise exposure map, which would have impacted grant funding, because that's what the FAA uses to determine grant funding, not the airport influence area. Here's another case. PUD 2106 is the Canyon Ridge Apartments. And this was more recently. Some of you, I think, were part of the commission when this happened. 287 units were approved despite it being within Airport Influence Area B, where residential development is not allowed. It was outside of the 65 and even 60 DNL contour line. So again, it was disallowed by the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan said, no, you cannot put units here. And the noise exposure maps say, yes, this is a compatible land use. And what happened? The airport wrote, our funding will not be impacted. We are okay with this development occurring. So if the AIA were the correct map to use and actually used consistently by the Boise Airport, PUD 2003 would have been allowed because they were proposed in AIA A, where residential units are allowed. PUD 2106 would have been denied because residential units were proposed in a place where the airport influence area prohibited residential development. Instead, the airport relied on the noise exposure maps in both cases to recommend the exact opposite. My question is why? And I think we're answering this by saying, because that's truly what governs compatibility. If you look back here, if it's below 65 DNL contour, land uses and related structures associated with residential development are compatible without restriction. So we're not trying to negatively impact anybody. We truly believe we're compatible. And as far as changing the AIA, we truly believe that regulation should be updated to reflect current data and current noise studies. It's no different than a floodplain, right? We don't use the floodplain from 40 years ago or 30 years ago or even 5 years ago. We use the floodplain that we created now, and we create it every 5 years based on FEMA because that's the responsible thing to do. So I will wrap up by requesting that we use the 65 decibel contour to kind of govern where residential uses should be allowed. We should eliminate reliance on a 28-year-old map whose origins are unknown and uses outdated assumptions and noise data. And even suggests that we could use a different noise contour, but it should be updated every 5 years to reflect the NEM. It could be a 60 decibel contour. It could be a 55. As long as it's outside of the 65, the FAA will deem it compatible per their regulation. So we truly believe there's no conflict between airport operations and using the NEMs instead of the AIA. We've already been doing that. And so with all that, I request that you approve CUP 2412 because it won't negatively impact airport funding or operations, and recommend approval of CAR 2401 and CPA 2401. Thank you.
Okay. Not bad. Thanks, Ethan. Well done. Okay. Do we have anybody from the South? Do you have anybody from the South Cole Neighborhood Association present? Okay. Doesn't look like that we do, so we'll go ahead and open up questions to staff or the applicant.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Torres, yeah.
I guess my question is for staff, and I guess either one of them can take this, but can you delve further into the conflict between the NEMs and the AIA and why the airport and staff believe we should follow the AIA versus the NEMs, considering that according to the applicant, they haven't been updated in decades, essentially?
Yes, I would be happy to address that. And that is actually by design. The AIA is designed to take the most conservative approach because once we build something, we can't unbuild it. And the applicant's assertion about the NEM is the noise exposure model is partially correct. It is based on how loud aircraft are, but it's also based on the frequency of the operation. So you can have a quieter airplane, for example, but if it operates 10 times, it's going to have a greater impact. So even though aircraft are trending to be quieter, there can be a greater exposure and a greater noise impact as the airport continues to grow. And the airport influence area was developed and designed well before my time, and I don't know the specifics, but it was based on aircraft activity and operations at that time, which is when the military was flying the F-4 aircraft, which is substantially louder than the aircraft that it's flying today. I would also note that the Part 150 study that he referenced that we're doing, the only thing by regulation that we can look at is what do we think the noise exposure will be in 5 years? We cannot, by regulation, forecast any further out than 5 years. So maybe that's the right forecast for 5 years, but is it the right forecast for 10 years? I think that's a big question. He also notes some of the airports that have experienced a decrease in noise over years. I think there are probably many examples that I could cite where airports have actually seen an increase in the expansion of the noise exposure models because aircraft using that airport have changed or the frequency of operations have changed. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, follow-up? Kind of just further from that to get an even better idea of the impact on the airport's operations. Are we talking just about noise as an issue? Is it a possibility it could affect the expansion of the airport, like runway expansion, things like that in the future? I know it looks like it's about 5 miles away, if I remember correctly, from the airport's current location. And then when we're talking about noise, because I'm not an expert on noise, are we talking, rattling your windows? Are we talking shattering glass? What are we talking about with these noise levels?
I think the one thing about noise is it is very subjective, and that's why it's such a difficult issue. To answer your first question about how does it impact expansion of the airport, it doesn't impact expansion of our runways. As you said, this site is over 5 miles away. All of our aviation infrastructure is contained on airport property. But the biggest threat that airports face is encroachment from neighbors who then are concerned about airport expansion and expanded operations at the airport. So it's really a compatibility issue for the airport more than an infrastructure issue.
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the applicant. So I saw in the staff report, there was mention of possible alternative applications that would, options that would be that would fit under this category or this classification, like the 30 units. And I don't remember what else was listed, but can you speak to your willingness to adjust as far as the density goes and, why or why not? And I'll just leave it at that.
Chair Schaefer, Commissioner Torres, it's a great question. I can say with certainty that if we were limited to 30 units per acre, we would not develop this site. It would just not be economically feasible. Even if there were essentially double that with the ADUs, that were proposed. So, 60 units still wouldn't really get us there.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore, yeah.
So I'm a little bit confused. So there's the NEM study, the AIA, and then there's the letter from the Army and Air Force about the environmental impact study that then delineated an airport influence area to ensure all development within the area is compatible with the updated noise levels. So, and that happened in 2020. So it sounds like maybe there was, through this National Guard environmental impact study, maybe there was an update to the AIA?
There was not. I think that was a misstatement in the letter. I think they didn't understand perhaps the process. I don't want to speak for them, but I do think that that was a misstatement. We have not updated the AIA. The AIA has been consistent and that has been intentional. So again, the noise exposure models do vary over time and they do change in time. So they can expand or contract over the years. And so the decision was made that we leave the airport influence area consistent. And I did see that in the letter. I think that was a misstatement.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more follow-up.
Sure.
Or one more
John,
question. So in the staff report, it mentions the the grant funding. I guess I'm not clear. The grant funding is contingent on following the AIA, or can you clarify, like, is the city at risk of losing grant funding if developments like this are approved? Or what is I'm not wording this very well, but I think you understood my question.
I do believe I understood your question, which is what would be the impact on the airport's grant funding if we were to proceed with this? And again, I think that is a gray area for FAA, excuse me, for FAA enforcement. We do receive substantial amount of grant funding. And again, one of the assurances that we state as a community for receiving those grant funds is that we will maintain compatible land use. And I think the challenge is everyone's interpretation of what is compatible is somewhat subjective. Just like everyone's definition of what is acceptable noise is different. So you had mentioned, is it rattling windows? For some people, they love the airplane noise. They love their airplane aficionados. They love airplane noise. They love watching airplanes. We could probably put 100 airplanes over their house a day and they wouldn't complain at all. Other people perhaps work night schedule, try to sleep during the day, want to have their windows open, and 3 operations is too much. And so it really is a continuum of what is reasonable. So to your question, we're charged with maintaining compatible land use. The AIA was set up to provide a framework for what is compatible. And the NEM, the noise exposure models, again, are an average. It is not what the maximum decibel level is that someone could hear. And again, someone might be fine with hearing a really loud airplane going over their house twice a week, and someone else might perceive it very differently.
Mr. Chair.
John, please.
So question for staff, probably Jesse. When we get to the B1 AIA section and we've got 5 dwelling units per acre, that can be adjusted based on an application like this, but it's contingent on the airport's expert opinion about how that land use will impact the airport. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so the conditional use permit to allow for increased density is something new with the modern zoning code. That was not an option under the legacy code. And really that's intended to provide a little bit of flexibility for projects at the fringe or projects that are exhibiting some special circumstances. So we do maintain contact with the airport for their recommendation and for their opinion on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. So if you have any more questions about what may be appropriate from the airport, I think that Rebecca could answer some of those.
So yeah, so follow up then, Mr. Chair. So is the modern zoning code different than in the past where we were basically counting on the airport to tell us this is good or this is bad?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, The modern zoning code is different, and I am not an expert on the modern zoning code, but the CUP, conditional use permit, is a new element. And as we envisioned the CUP, we were trying to give flexibility for projects to allow maybe a little more creativity. If it was slightly more than 5 acres, we didn't want to limit someone in how they might develop a particular project. But 5 to 27 or 28 is substantially more. I don't think we ever envisioned the CUP to be more than a minimal adjustment.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, follow. I think I got a few more. So I guess I'm concerned about the consistency of that subjective judgment from the airport. And I'd like to go to the applicant's highlighting of the Elder Street Apartments. So I think that's slide 6, one of the applicant's slides. PUD, it was a PUD 20 something, which was denied. It was a residential development. Where's the slide? There it is. So 84 units denied because of, so the question is, why was this one denied from your perspective, staff?
Because it was not compatible with airport operations. It was definitely within what we consider to be a high noise exposure area and therefore not compatible.
Is a hotel compatible?
A hotel could be compatible because it's transient in nature and people are not outside. So a hotel is a commercial. It's a little bit different than residential. That's the reason.
That's where I was going, because we just approved one there.
Yes.
And that kind of, and we got conflicting information from the airport on that application as well. So let's shift down the street to Canyon Ridge then.
Yes, in hindsight, we would agree that this, in an ideal world, this would not have been approved.
Canyon Ridge. Canyon Ridge would not have been approved.
Correct.
So so back when this was deliberated, Commissioner Gillespie had some great questions about this in April 12th of 21. And he basically said that he was confused, and I'm confused again as well, because we don't seem to be applying these standards consistently in each one of these applications, which I think makes me very sensitive to the applicant's position. So that's probably not a question, and I should shut up from now on out. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, John. Okay, any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Daly?
this makes me think about being naval aviation base for a long time and how much consideration went to when my behind was living in the barracks. I mean, all of that, I don't think it was much. Anyway, so here's my question. How come 5 is okay? Why is 5 units okay and not 10 or 3 or 28 in this instance? Where did we come up with 5? And maybe that's a question for Jesse. I don't know. Whoever from staff can answer that question.
I
Jesse?
am not a zoning expert. I don't know if Jesse wants to answer it. I think it's a recognition of the fact that we can't just say there can't be any development, but trying to minimize the density of development and the number of people who are exposed to those noise impacts. So I think it's an attempt to balance the need for development and the need for and the right of people to develop their property with the fact that we do want to minimize a negative impact on citizens.
Jesse, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the previous code, the legacy zoning code, did limit the number to 3 in the B1. I wasn't involved in all of the discussions concerning the decision to raise that limit to 5, but as Rebecca said, there is the recognition that we do need housing and we do need to utilize our land in the best and highest use. And the cognizance of trying to limit impacts on residents while also allowing for the development of some of these properties and some of this infill development to happen. That was the number that was proposed and accepted.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. So if you could pull up, Crystal, I think it would just basically be the site plan map. Pretty much any of the maps would work. The other question I was going to ask is, and this is probably a question for Jesse here. We go from an MX3, a new zoning code that permits us to go up to, I believe it's 100 feet. And right next to it, 1 inch over the property line, we immediately step it down to single family, no more than 5 units per acre, which presumably is going to be a single family house. I guess could be 2 stories, but that's a pretty significant jump from one to the next. So the notion of transitions, typically our comp plan is very much in favor of transitions. It says that in many places. So I wonder if we can talk about that a little bit, that in this instance, we go from almost one extreme to the other in terms of our code, from the MX3 down to A1, and why not some sort of a step down?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's a great question. And, when we did the rezone for the whole city, there were some formulas that were in place to determine what zone would become on what property. And so trying to apply that formula throughout the city, there were some places that don't necessarily seem as consistent or aren't as consistent with the transitions. Like Ethan pointed out, the A1 was not touched at all. So anything that remained or was A1 remained A1. I think the position here is not that any rezone is not compatible, just that a rezone that would allow for unlimited density or the proposed 28 units per acre within the airport influence area that does experience some of these impacts from this direct flight path. It's probably not the best location for that. And, a rezone within the suburban land use that would allow for some increased density could be the R1C. And then that could provide a little bit more of a transition to the MX3 to the north.
Okay, and my final question is definitely to the applicant. Ethan, if you could pull up, I think it's actually maybe the very next slide. No. Yeah, of your actual site plan. So showing the actual buildings. There you go. Okay. Can you zoom in on that a little bit? Or just. There you go. Okay, here's my question. So I recognize that I'll take the upper left 4-story one. It appears that there might be gaps in between the buildings that are the bookends, but from a distance, I don't know that you're going to see those gaps, those walkway gaps. So I'm curious, all 3 of these are built very similarly and are pretty monolithic. I'm going to use that term. So I'm curious, what is the length from end to end of any one of those structures, so I can get a general sense. When I'm looking at the scale, to me, it looked like it could be upwards of a good 120 to 150 feet or more.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Danley, that's a great question. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but we're probably right in the 175 to 200.
75. Okay. All right. That helps me. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore?
So I think this is probably a question for the airport. One of the criteria we've seen kind of in the past is providing adequate sound insulation for buildings and easements and things like that. How is this site not a good contender for a requirement like that.
So sound insulation only protects the inhabitants when they're inside. It does not help when their windows are open, which they wouldn't be today, but there are many times where people might have their windows open. It doesn't help when they're outside recreating. And again, it's not just the sound insulation, it's the density.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Rebecca, had you seen the NEM maps previously? I mean, do you agree with the source of those maps that the applicant?
I do believe those came from our FAA Part 150 study. Yes, I'm familiar with the noise
Okay.
exposure model
Great.
maps.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, John.
A question for staff for Jesse. This is a new term that I haven't seen in a report on page 410, non-single occupant vehicle commute percentage. And we got that delineated. Can you give us some background on that in the modern zoning code?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, is that in the table that references the activity center?
Yes, it's into the activity center and it's a new line I hadn't seen in a report before, non-SOV commute percentage.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that is something that we have started including in any activity center table. It's basically the activity center almanac does reference how people commute. So we, instead of just talking about the fact that there are bike lanes available, there are alternative modes of transportation available, bus routes, what have you, we decided to add that line to see how much that is being utilized and show how much that's being utilized versus single occupancy vehicle for transit.
Mr. Chair, follow. So how do we measure that? So we're saying across the city, 19.3% of our commuters are not in a single occupant vehicle. How do we measure that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that is data that we have in the Activity Center Almanac. That is data that was updated in 2019, so it is a little bit old at this point. But that is what was reported in the surveys that went to compile that almanac.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies, any more questions? Very good. Gentlemen, any more questions? All right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We're very open up here. Just happens to be the staff lead you all out this way, so I'm going to take advantage of it tonight. Staff, thanks. Applicant, thanks. Okay, we'll open up for testimony, public testimony. For those of you in person that would like to testify, come on up to the podium here. Again, start with your name and address for the record, please. Everybody gets 3 minutes to testify. We do have a few folks sign up ahead of time. Ashley McClellan and Ron Nelson. So if either of you are here still and would like to testify, come on up. And if someone else would like to testify, come on up. And then I know we have a few folks online. We'll move to you folks online after we do the in-person people.
I'm Robert McGarvey. I live at 8801 West Mediterranean Court. The property that we're looking at changing from A1 to R2 residential compact, Hawkins is looking to build an apartment complex that is create devastation to our residential area. We're a small development with 30 homes. What Hawkins is proposing we do is a build next to our already established community does not match what is already here. Please take into consideration not only Boise residents' privacy, that's because of the height of those buildings that are looking into 10 backyards. I don't think anybody would want that. But consider these other facts. Increased traffic to the already congested Maple Grove and Overland intersection. This project doesn't have any on-street parking. It's where many of the projects have on-street parking on the perimeter. There is none here. There's no active transportation due to lack of infrastructure in this area. Biking, walking, those things are non-existent. So with couples and apartment sharing, I know they meet the city's code for parking, but I do believe that there'll be 2 cars per unit. I think that's a very realistic figure. So for reasons 2, 3, and 4, the parking is inadequate, and the overflow parking, where will that go? That will go to Maple, our development, which already has narrow streets. So because of the project's entrance is a short way from Overland, or from Overland, they will not be able to get onto Overland through the project's entrance. It's say at 4:20 today, that the southbound or northbound traffic was backed up to our entrance, which is past their entrance. So people cannot get out, they wouldn't be able to get out of their project. So how are they going to get out? They will go out to our project and then go out. And we have narrow streets, and now we have increased parking because they don't have adequate parking in their project.
Time.
So because of parking and more traffic and our narrow streets, our safety of our children or residents is compromised.
Okay. That's your 3 minutes is up. So
Is it?
it is, yeah. But we got your comments. So thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Got to make time for other folks here. Thank you.
Please, go ahead. Ladies first.
Hi, my name is Ashley McClellan. I believe these apartments are a disruption to the surrounding residents' quality of life. I would like to ask the question, how will these apartments positively impact the community? They will not. These 4-story apartments will reside in a predominantly 1-story residential neighborhood. Much of the surrounding residents will lose the privacy of their backyards. Privacy is a big concern for us. We have beautiful, peaceful backyards that will be disrupted. By adding 174 residents will create additional noise and traffic that will affect the community. Anything over 2 stories removes the privacy of residents in our community. Will these apartments help with traffic patterns? No. Mediterranean Court is a popular road to make U-turns on. We have road islands with large shrubs that make for low visibility and create safety concerns. I, along with many other neighbors, have almost been hit by cars making U-turns in our neighborhood. Adding additional cars to our road will create more hazard for pedestrians and children playing outside. Will these apartments bring more activity and entertainment to our area? 4-story apartments are a great fit for the village of Meridian or near the 10-mile exit, where they plan to add additional shopping and restaurants. Not only are they building the infrastructure to sustain the number of people, they're building walking paths and adding additional forms of transportation to help accommodate the high density area. The area proposed for these apartments is an already completed area of Boise. They will not be adding additional shopping centers, grocery stores, and restaurants built to accommodate these restaurants, making our area more crowded and unsafe than it already was. Will these apartments help eliminate or lessen crime? The Maple Grove and Overland area is an already problem area for homelessness, drug use, domestic violence, and traffic violations. There are cops regularly patrolling the area to help minimize crime. There are tons of traffic stops made for speeding, illegal U-turns, and so on. With high density housing comes more crime. That would be something that we would like to have considered. Will these apartments be beneficial to the school system? Maple Grove Elementary School already has a reading and math proficiency rate of 20% less than the other schools in the Boise and West Ada school districts. They also have a class ratio of 19:1. Schools in the surrounding area have a classroom ratio of 17:1. Though the classroom size may be easy to accommodate, the children are already behind when compared to other schools in the area. adding more residents and potentially more children to the already less than mediocre performing school is not ideal. So I asked the council, if you were in our shoes, would you like to walk outside your home to the side of 4-story apartments? Would you like to have the people sitting on their balconies staring in your backyard? Would you like to have the children playing outside in a high traffic, high crime area? Or would you feel similarly that this is an invasion of privacy and defiling our community? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, did we get her address?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. McClellan, can we get your address? I apologize, I missed that earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
8845 West Mediterranean Court.
Great, thanks. Thanks, staff.
Good evening. My name is Ron Nelson. I live at 8545 West Wichita Drive, which is, a couple blocks east of Maple Grove. This has really been interesting to listen to the discussion about the areas of consideration. One that just really concerns me, I'm concerned about two areas. One is this apartment, and the other is the noise regulation for the airport. If I could back the clock up 10 years ago, when the mayor of the city and the city leaders were flirting with the Air Force about allowing noisy jets to come in, use the Boise airport. And there was surveys or research done on the noise impact areas. I actually lived outside of what they thought was the noisy impact area. The city was kind enough to allow for citizens to attend meetings for this consideration. And what was interesting is they would arrange for a large room so people could attend. I went to 2 meetings and the rooms could not hold the people that were against the Air Force using allowing jets to Boise Airport. If one of those jets, whenever one of those jets either were taking off and landing over my house, again, I was outside supposedly the noise area of impact. Being inside my home, we could not have a discussion. We would have to wait till the airplane either landed or took off and was beyond our distance. Children could not sleep through that noise. What I'm hearing here in this consideration is to allow more noisy jets. What seems to be the biggest consideration is the additional revenue that's coming in to influence the decision, not really realistically what the noise impact is. I think these groups of people that supposedly do the research on the noise impact, seems like they're smoking dope, because they're just not realistic on what the real impact is on noise. Now, changing the subject and coming to these apartments, there is an excessive traffic pattern on Maple Grove and Overland when people are going to work and coming home.
Sorry, Mr. Neal, that's your time right there. 3 minutes is up. So, but we got your note about noise and traffic concerns.
Well, that's just the wrong way to develop that piece of property.
Thank you.
It just is a serious negative impact on that surrounding area.
Gotcha.
The other
Thank
thing
you.
it will do.
Sir, sorry, we got other folks we got to hear from. So, and that was your time. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in person? Come on up. All right. And just for everybody else, your time is right up here on the big board. So you have 3 minutes.
Well, if Ethan got an extra 5, can I at least get through my speech?
Well, the presenters get time to present everything and staff gets the equal amount of time. So that's the deal. Now we're in public testimony and everybody gets 3 minutes.
Gotcha.
Okay. And I would just note too, that we've heard the comments about, traffic and noise. So if you have anything further to add,
I could be a little more specific for you.
Correct.
My name is Max Veneris. I live at 8952 West Mediterranean Court. The first topic, again, is the traffic that's there. And I guess to add on to what everybody else already has, we would be compounding a pre-existing issue. That pre-existing issue is both could be on Vincent and on Mediterranean Court. The road on Vincent, most of that is currently up to the current road standards. Not all of it is. So based on where the parking situation is for the in the complex, a lot of them are going to either be coming out Vincent or down Mediterranean Court, right? Robert shared earlier that traffic was backed up so far down Maple Grove that they could not get, we couldn't get out Mediterranean, let alone further up the street. The second part of that is on Maple Grove, is on Mediterranean. On Mediterranean, we actually have filed complaints with ACHD about U-turns that are happening on Mediterranean Court. This is an unintended consequence from the 2020, I believe it's 22 ACHD safety improvements. These U-turns, there are people trying to access the business complex at the southeast corner of Overland and Maple Grove. I don't know if the traffic impact study has actually been performed or what that actual realistic trip count would look like coming in and out of the complex down Mediterranean and out of Vincent, especially coming out of Maple Grove or coming out of Mediterranean. I've almost been hit on almost like a weekly basis. My vehicles almost get hit on a weekly basis. I park them strategically to try and get people to slow down. And I'm sure many of my neighbors that live in that area can tell you the same thing about people making these U-turns. Second part of that would be the neighborhood character. I bought my home specifically because it didn't have something like that, because I knew the zone that it was in, right? The neighbor next to me, their house is currently for sale. I talked to somebody at an open house that was looking at buying it all the way until they saw the public hearing notice board and went and looked at what it was. There'll be a devaluation of our homes in addition to the loss of privacy, in addition to the fact that it just does not fit. We wouldn't be there if, we had this blatantly outstanding structure in our neighborhood. And then specifically for the conditional use permit, basically what they're asking you guys to do is just fully disregard that section of ordinance code because they want to build it there. In the procedure for the for approving that, it says that the site has to be uniquely situated. The only thing unique about this site is that it's for sale. So there's nothing special about it. It's going to compound, the issues that we already have going on. These pre-existing issues will get worse. And in response to the, how loud is it? Especially when the Marines come to town to train with the National Guard, my windows do shake. They do shake, and I'm in the flight line. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, come on up.
Hello, my name is Fortune Ballesteros. I live at 8615 West Vincent Street. I live in a real small street. It's pretty old, doesn't even have street lights. I got small kids at my house, and I got teenagers that drive. And, just keeping them in check is hard. They want to build a massive complex down the end of my dead end street, which has been a dead end street for 50 years. They built some stuff across the street from my house, and they had the Caterpillars going back and forth. They destroyed my street, and they never repaired it. ACHD said they weren't supposed to, but they still did. Yeah, I would like them not to ever open up that road because it's to a dead end field. Also, my house is on a well. And the way wells work, we get water coming down from the rains, coming down from irrigation. I have irrigation. The land that they get, it gets a lot of our extra water, and that supplies our wells. That's how the wells work, It fills it by itself, I think permeation. They want to put blacktop on everything, cement on everything. All it's going to do is make the area hot. we're gonna get less groundwater and it's gonna dry up our wells. There's already a bad problem with the wells. You know, they don't care. They just want to make a buck. You know, they're not gonna live there. They're making these giant condos that look like they're gonna be ghettos in 10 years. Who's gonna want to live there? You know, I'm just very disappointed. You know, they're just rolling over everybody. We've been talking to them for almost a year. They're just in it for a buck. And they don't care about the neighborhood. They don't care about the people. They smile at each other. Ha ha ha. Look how much we're taking. You know, they're destroying our neighborhood. They will destroy my neighborhood. My neighbor's already gone. You know, let us live, man.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, thank you so much for a long night tonight. My name's Len Corliss. I live at 8528 West Vincent Street. I've actually lived in this area since 1969, about a block away as the crow flies. 75, I've got memories, you know, we don't have memories of big, maybe. You know, as all of our, everybody's testified tonight, everybody is correct. We just want everybody to understand, you know, we get it. It's, you know, change is going to happen. It has happened. Like I said, I've lived there since I was a kid, and the amount of change is just crazy. But it's all been for the good. As going forward, you know, this year we just changed it 5 units per acre. So, you know, 30 units, homes. Still, as Fortune really nailed it, that homes will have yards. Yards will add to our aquifer. You know, 3 weeks ago, I woke up to no water. My well is dry. I am currently waiting on figuring out how to get a new well drilled. I have no access to the water that is supplied by Veolia. I can pay $176,000 to drag it from Vanell down Vincent to my house, and then I can pay the hookup fee. They like to tell me that my neighbors that have their own wells, they could pitch in and get it to you. We all like our own wells, and quite honestly, I don't have that kind of change laying around. I don't speak for my neighbors, but if I did, you know, it's something that I don't feel is I don't feel it should be supplied that way. I mean, I bought the house, it was on a well. I lived on a well. The house that I lived in was on a well. The 2 other houses that are in that area that I deal with are on wells. So there are a lot of wells within that area. You know, I believe that, you know, 30 homes is a reasonable request. If you're going to punch it through Vanell, at least 30 homes are going to be more reasonable than a huge complex. So once again, for a long evening, I really appreciate you guys volunteering your time to listen to all of us, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay.
People, don't be shy to come up and form a line up there if you know you're going to testify.
I didn't hear that.
I think staff suggesting if you want to testify, you can both can move up a little closer so we can just keep it moving a little faster, but
Got it.
go ahead.
Thank you very much for letting me testify tonight or speak tonight. My name is Tom Vaughn. I live at 8425 West Vincent Street. And one of the questions that I have is on the AIA, is that strictly a noise deal or is it safety as well? I mean, this year we've had a door fly off a plane, wheels fall off a plane. You know, I mean, is it strictly a noise reason for it, or is there a safety reason for it as well? I haven't heard any talk about that side of it. It's all been strictly about noise. Speaking of the noise, Commissioner Torres, you asked about, is it window shaking or whatever? It is, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. I believe it was Commissioner Moore that asked about the insulation, part of it. I have a building there that has a R57 roof in it because my father-in-law is an insulating contractor. And when they're doing their exercise, when the military is doing their exercises, it shakes the building and you can't do anything in there. I mean, it's super, super loud when they're doing that, which thank you very much for your guys' service. I'm one of those guys that says it's a sound of freedom that I'm hearing when you're going over. So thank you. The parking, the applicant admitted that the parking in that area is 2.2 cars per household in that area. But yet your model is like 1.5, I think he said 1.6. That's roughly 80 some odd-ish cars that aren't accounted for. So I don't know where they're planning on putting those cars. In Mediterranean Court and Mediterranean Subdivision, up and down Vincent Street, which Vincent Street itself, if you guys come and walk Vincent Street and just look, it's falling apart. It's starting to crumble. They come through and they put the tar in to try to keep it together, but it was never designed for this type of use. It was a dirt road that they threw some oil and asphalt on. And, you know, if this were to move forward, that would really need to be looked at as far as not only the condition of the road, but the width of the road. When we go down it now, when neighbors meet, one of us kind of slows down and pulls over so the other one can go by. There's just not enough room for normal two-way traffic on that road. I believe it was Commissioner Danley asked about the MX3 right next door. From 5:30 PM to 7:30 AM, the occupancy's probably 1 to 5 versus what would be in the apartment complexes, because everyone's gone for the night, you know, so like, I think somebody said it's more of a transient type atmosphere, because people go to work and then they go home versus being there and trying to relax in the evening and watch a movie or whatever, or do whatever you want to do. Like I said, for me, the noise is sound of freedom, baby. That's pretty much all I have to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Jolliffe. My address is 8507 West Vincent Street. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to us tonight and giving us the opportunity to speak. While I understand the sensitivity to the applicant, where there have been discrepancies in cases related to the airport impact area, where some were approved and some were denied. However, those rules and zoning regulations have been put in place to protect existing land uses, residents, communities, and infrastructure. In the same manner, we would like this area to move forward with architecture, form, function, et cetera, that is in like model to the existing buildings, acreages, and architecture of the existing neighborhood. We bought in this area because of the open layout of the land, the space between homes, and homes on wells. This development would decrease the value of our homes and the general area. In the earlier case within the historic district, one of the concerns was to keep the look and feel of the neighborhood consistent with existing style. And that's what we're trying to do as well with our neighborhood. Additionally, I don't believe that the infrastructure of this area is equipped to handle that development, as the area has been intentionally developed for a smaller area of growth. I would also like to voice my concern on the impact of our neighborhood's well water situation, where our wells are going dry. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Any other takers? Okay.
Good evening. Chairman Schaefer, commissioners, thanks for the opportunity. I'm Brigadier General Shannon Smith. I'm the commander of the Idaho Air National Guard. Been an Idaho Guardsman for about 22 years, accompanied by my director of staff, Colonel Kyle Carpenter. The 3 minutes is intimidating, so I'm going to start with bottom line up front. We concur, and I'll stay in my lane as representing the Guard, but we concur with Rebecca Hupp, the airport director, and recommend that the commission follow and uphold the current zoning and standing airport influence area. Commissioner Moore, happy to make a correction to paragraph 2B. We readily admit that we misstated that the EIS directs the airport influence area rather than informing an engagement like this, and we're happy to make that correction and apologize publicly for that, I guess, poor assumption on what we read and what we understood. For the rest of my comments, I think I need to provide an address. I'm at 440 Guard Street, Gowan Field, 83705, and my home address is 3852 Immigrant Pass Court, 83716, Boise. So on behalf of the Guard, we firmly believe that it's all about one team. And as I sat here for an extremely long evening, one city, one team, the Idaho National Guard believes that in our hearts, we're citizen airmen and soldiers. So when we engage with the public about the natural tension between airfield operations and community living, we do it authentically. We're part of the community. And we absolutely understand the emotions that come from this gentleman and others. And I've been a part of conversations about ongoing military operations in this valley for 22 years and believe that the reason we're sitting here tonight is to engage in this discussion and take it seriously. The influence area is important because it helps us stay cognizant of this natural tension between living in this valley and airfield operations. We have a federal mission, but we also have a state mission in times of emergencies. And we believe fully that the reason we're such a success as a Guard unit and the fourth largest employer in Idaho is because of where we're located and how we are community-based. It's so central to what we do. We are proactive in noise abatement. We do this on our own volition. We have published noise abatement. We publish that in guidance, and we hold ourselves to that and all visiting fighters. It's a challenge day to day, but it's one that we readily accept. And we hope that as we go through these challenging and sometimes inconsistent decisions or guidance, I believe that airport influence area is truly to think farther out and help us be proactive in how we guide good living in this valley in the long term and not just the short. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Last, come on up. Make the last call.
My name is Justin Jolliffe, 8507 West Vincent. And I just wanted to add, after sitting here through the first couple proposals, you all had high praise for the second proposal about the things that were put in place for that specific area. Looking at the renderings for our area, I didn't see any of those types of things. I saw 3-story buildings and kind of a big out of place proposal for our area. So if something were to move forward, maybe something more in line with those additional amenities that the other proposals brought forward, but what we're looking at just doesn't look that appealing. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now I'll make the final call. Yeah, one more. Come on up.
Good evening. My name's Dale Hanson, 5341 Cortez Circle. And just need to pull this back up. So Commissioner Danley, I just want to answer your question about difference between 28 units per acre versus 5. Comes down to quality of family life, a yard for the kids to play in, a garage for people to park in, a little more safety, a lot less congested. City of Boise boasts its city of trees. It's for families, for growing families and whatnot. Stacking people on top of each other is not a way to go for this kind of situation here. And putting 4 stories up in this particular area does not fit in with anything at all. As far as the airport noise, We welcome them. We appreciate our military flying in and out of there. When they come out, I'm like, go get them, guys. Practice, 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 so they protect us. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great night.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, we do have a few folks online that want to testify, so I'm going to go that direction. Are they still with us, Crystal?
Bruce is up.
Okay, Mr. Mastorovich, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, Bruce Mastorovich, 1712 West Jefferson Street. I'm from Kentucky, so not to invoke California, but I do like geography. San Jose, I think, is maybe the most famous city in the US for having an airport close to downtown. I look it up on Google Maps, and I do a measure distance tool kind of comparison between where their airport stands compared to their downtown and tallest building compared to Boise and this project. The tallest building in San Jose is like 300 feet tall, and it's like 1.9 miles from the airport in a direct line with the runways, like in a direct line with the flights. This proposed project's like 2.5 miles, so a little bit further from the runways that we have here. And it's only 45 feet. So 45 feet versus 300 feet. I don't know. I don't understand the airport argument. I think that, I've lived downtown for the last couple of years. Maybe we're protecting some kind of noise restrictions for people that are living in South Boise, but I have people, doing street races at 3 a.m. through my neighborhood, a couple nights a week, and I don't really feel sympathy. I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty good project. I worked for a Micron vendor pretty close to Micron. I think Overland Road is maybe like the best route we could possibly have to connect kind of most of the Boise city bus routes to Micron. It would connect to Vista and Overland, Maple Grove, Orchard, Broadway. I think that there's a lot of benefit to building some housing around here. This is pretty far from the airport, and saying this is in the airport zone feels wrong to me because other cities are building, like 8-10 times as tall closer. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bartlett?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I appreciate Bruce's comments, but in my opinion, not too relevant since he's not even in the neighborhood. I'm at 8703 West Vincent, directly east, adjacent to the proposed development. And as others have stated on Vincent and on Mediterranean, I'll start with the traffic, like everybody else here, is that there's many times we're trying to pull out of Vanel to get onto Overland, and we can't even make the light because the traffic's backed up. And that intersection, thanks to ACHD, adding a U-turn, it is a very difficult intersection to navigate. And there's a lot of near misses and a lot of accidents there. So adding that traffic to that area, there's no room to expand that intersection. Mediterranean, the same deal, since the apartment complex went in at the end of Maple Grove there in Lake Hazel. It's like an interstate trying to get out there, and it's very difficult. And so we've got exceedingly difficult traffic congestion. Regarding the airport, I remember very well when Mayor Beater was pushing for the F-35s, and there was a lot of discussion about the sound level. Currently, F-35, people don't realize, or a lot of people don't realize, a 3 decibel difference in sound pressure is double the sound pressure. It's not just 3 more. And the F-35s were proposed that had twice the sound pressure of an F-15. Right now, the A-10s are very quiet. The F-4s were allowed. And, so to avoid, complaints, I would think that this apartment complex would have to have people sign waivers like the development down there at Lake Hazel, east of the, or west of the airport. So, yeah, I don't see how they could resolve the traffic issue in the area. And yeah, like people are saying, the wells are going dry. I've been watching the groundwater, and our static levels dropped 10 feet in the last 10 years. And so, yeah, things are drying up. And so all this pressure in this area, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'm not sure whether rezoning it out of the B1 and adding substantial higher density. And one last comment with the apartment complexes that I've seen go in, I'll use the Lake Hazel Maple Grove. The car parking on the street is intolerable. So I even think that, 2.2 is a conservative number. Seems like a lot of these apartments, they gang live in there and they've got cars everywhere. And so I can't imagine the impact of Mediterranean and our street as well. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Staff, I think that does it for folks online. Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yeah.
Ms. Keith raised her hand.
Go. You are right. Ms. Keith?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, this is Marissa Keith at 3279 South Cloverdale Road in Boise. I'm with the Southwest Ada County Alliance Neighborhood Association, and this one is just outside our borders on the other side in Maple Grove, but we're here nonetheless. I think just as a little, I've been listening to the testimony all night, and just as a little history for the commission, I actually sat through the Elder Street hearing for a different project than that, but I was there. And it seemed that part of the city council's argument was kind of an equity issue where the land was capped at, I think it was 5 units per acre, in order to kind of get higher priced housing, because when they would remove those caps and you would have a lot more density per acre, what would happen is, more supply bring the price down, then you would have lower income people moving in there. Or people of means would move in there, and the airplane noise would be such a nuisance they would leave, and this would become a less desirable thing and a less desirable place. But the people that were lower income would not necessarily be able to move. And so it was partly, I think, a strategy to protect the more vulnerable or lower income people from kind of being segregated into these areas of higher airplane flight patterns. So that's what I recall, but I'm sure if you wanted to know more, you could look up the minutes from that hearing. As far as this development goes, I know that Ethan has done several neighborhood meetings on that. He even included our neighborhood association, which we appreciate. The two big things that we have stood out on this, which one was the sidewalk, pedestrian sidewalk on the north side of the property, which he did put in for us, that ran all the way from, I think it's Vanell, all the way to Maple Grove. We would ask that if this project goes forward, that one of the recommended conditions of approval be that be placed in a public easement. I'm always big on doing that just to protect those future pathways from HOAs that might decide that they don't want other people in their area. And the other one is to remedy those safety issues that are from the interior site design with the road and the driveway accesses. That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Keith.
Thank you.
All right. And that does it for our online folks. We maybe have one more in person.
I'll be really fast, I promise.
Come on up.
All right, my name is Stephanie Mateka. I'm resident 8754 West Mediterranean Court. I have the unique position of, I back up right to the property, so it would look into my backyard. I am also a commercial captain at an airline. So in terms of the San Jose and talking about the building height structures. This is a very specific issue where coming in on approach, we need certain clearances over building heights. If you look at the San Jose airport, that runway goes from 11,000 feet to 7,600 feet because of the buildings and where they're placed. They're also not able to do an auto land system, which with Boise in the winter and our fog comes down greatly, and a building would interrupt that path. I'm not sure at what height that would interrupt, but if you look at San Jose, they cannot do a Cat-3 auto landing. So just in terms of when you're talking about comparing other cities, San Diego, San Jose, places where you're coming in over the buildings, they're drastically limited on the approaches that they can do into the airport based on those obstacles. So I just want to add that into the mix.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. With that, I think we'll go ahead and close public testimony on this item, and we'll have the applicant back up for some rebuttal.
Thank you,
Either we
Commissioner
get,
Schaefer.
we stick to 5 minutes, which is our typical rebuttal time.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Crystal, can you pull up the presentation? We just have a couple slides. I'd like to start just by addressing kind of an understanding of noise levels. So when I started presenting, we started the decibel reader from the phone. We've just been sitting in the middle, and it's the average reading through the hearing has been 56 decibels. So just to help contextualize it all, 56. So I'm not sure if that's helpful, but hopefully that helps inform a little bit of your decision tonight. The other thing I'd like to just make very, very clear is that we are not asking the Boise Airport or the Idaho Air National Guard to limit their operations in any way. We are not. We are willing to sign waivers or have our tenants sign waivers. We do not intend to place limitations. We do not intend to interrupt any sort of operational activity. And we really do appreciate them being here in Boise. And I frankly love the Boise Airport. It's like one of my favorite airports, personally. So that's not the intent here. What we do want to understand, though, is, is this. This is the definition of compatibility that the FAA uses, right? So these questions about compatibility being subjective, that makes it very, very, very difficult to truly understand what we're being measured against, right? Like we can have this 28-year-old map, but at what cost? And I think one of the costs is that, you're essentially taking nearly 10,000 acres. That's 1/5, almost a fifth, 18% of the city of Boise's land area, and eliminating it from residential use. Eliminating it. So this push to increase housing supply is really, really hampered by this discrepancy in area. I should say that this orange area here is the area that's not compatible with residential use. The blue area is the area of B1 and C, where residential development is prohibited or limited to 5 dwelling units per acre. So this is a real challenge, I think, for the city. And I mean, obviously, specifically for our development that we're hoping to overcome is we're simply asking, like, what is compatible? What is compatible? And I think that we're seeking an answer there. We're also seeking an answer is, does this development prohibit or limit the airport from meeting its grant assurances? We do not think so. There's very clearly, like the FAA says, are you inside or outside? And we're not sure what other variables there are there. So understanding that would be really, really helpful to us as we continue to pursue these developments. We frankly don't think there's anything that does in fact limit grant assurance. And so I think I've got my notes like on 4 different pieces of paper, but my final thing is, yeah, you guys too, cool. My final thing is, one of the findings for the conditional use permit is the proposed location is uniquely situated to accommodate the proposed use, suited to accommodate the proposed use, or is a location for the proposed use supported by the comprehensive plan or other adopted plan of the city. It's an or. And I believe this really is supported by the comprehensive plan. I mean, we talked about it. It's in an activity center. It provides a great transition from MX3, which is 70 feet, down to a single family subdivision. It's in a perfect position to do this. It's on a bus route. It provides connectivity to other forms of transit like biking and walking paths. So we do think we meet the comprehensive plan. And I guess in sum, since I've got 1 minute left, I do want to just notice one more time that the FAA does not distinguish between 5 units an acre, 20 units an acre, 25 units an acre, 60 units an acre. Residential is prohibited outright, greater than 75 yearly day-night average sound levels. And there are requirements for significant noise insulation between 65 and 75. So just so we're clear on that, it's not an FAA regulation that's making that distinction between 5 and 25. And as a result of that, right, I mean, we have to ask ourselves, is it just because of noise complaints? And that was a question we asked. And this is the public records request map for all of the noise complaints in the city regarding noise. And here's a little quote that I'll leave you with. There have been no 18 noise complaints over the past 2 years, none of them from Southwest Boise. So with that, thank you very much for hearing us, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, right. Thank you, Ethan. Okay, we're going to bring these items back before the commission to render a decision. Again, for my colleagues up here, we do have 3 items before us: the comprehensive plan amendment, the rezone, and the conditional use permit. So like the previous application where we took them both with one motion, we can do that here. We can do them individually. So with that, keep that in mind.
Sorry.
Tony, yeah.
I will take a stab at a motion just to start discussion at least.
Yeah, just real quick, Tony, and staff, can you refresh my memory here? Because we're in modern zoning code. We're recommending still to council on the comp plan and the rezone, and we're final on the CUP. That did not change. I've done my homework.
Right. Makes it more confusing, but I will try. I move that we approve CPA 24-1. I'm sorry, we recommend approval for CPA 24-1, CAR 24-1, and we approve CUP 24-12.
Okay. Got a motion to recommend approval and to approve by Commissioner Torres. Do I have a second?
For the sake of discussion, I will second the motion.
Okay. We got a second from Commissioner Danley. Okay. All right. Tony, do you want to kick us off with some discussion?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hear the concerns of the airport and the guard. Obviously their role in the community is important. We want the airport to continue to expand and thrive and play its role in the community. And we want the same for the guard as well. I think there's enough gray, what's the word I'm trying to use here? It's not clear based on the noise levels. Well, I'll come back to that. The other issue we have in this city is we have an issue where we do not have a good enough supply of housing to meet the needs of Boiseans. And the modern zoning code takes 2 general tracks as far as trying to get more housing built. It incentivizes affordable units in certain parts of the city, in order to get density higher density in some cases, or other modifications to properties that developers might want. And it tries to just in general increase the supply of housing in areas where it was previously limited. So while this area is zoned in such a way that it is not one of those areas, it is, how do I want to put this? Normally I'm Mr. Follow the code. Having said that, I feel like this project is in the spirit of the code, even if it's not in the letter of the code. So hearing all the concerns from the airport, the guard, and the neighbors as well, 174 units, that's hundreds, if not thousands of people who would have houses or housing that do not have it now. So I'll just start with that and I'll let you all weigh in, but that's kind of my thinking.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tony. Okay. Chris, you seconded. Do you want to carry forward conversation, or does anybody else want to jump in?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
I'm gonna be against the motion. Number one, I want to just say real quickly, Ethan, I think you did a magnificent job. I think that your report and your presentation were one of the better I've seen in a long time. So kudos to you. I also think that this AIA issue is in some ways harming this city, frankly. I've seen it for a number of years. I'm going to go to my grave thinking that the Boise Outlet Mall could have been redeveloped in a way had this not been the issue, but it was, and it limited what could be done out there. Now it's going to be a trucking dealership. I agree that this issue has to be improved in some way because it's harming, like I think what was pointed out, a significant acreage of this city. We don't want to go into the foothills. We don't want to go out into the desert. We don't want to go vertical. Where do we go? Right? We're running out of space. However, as an applicant, you have a land use right, but that right is defined with what is zoned. And what is zoned is open land, A1. And what you have a right to do is ask for a change. Well, that's where it starts to get muddy, because what was discussed tonight with regards to the maps, I don't disagree with, but I have to play by the rules, and the rules show that the AIA is the map in the zoning ordinance that I have to go off of. And according to that, I can't go this route. I have to go with what's in front of me. So what I would suggest, and it might not go with what you're thinking, but I do think that there's room where you don't need to go from suburban to compact, but you can go from open land to R1C that gets you to 12 units. And I do think that that is a great transition from the MX3 that could go up to 100 feet to the 5 units that's per acre that is just to the south of what is proposed. I think that satisfies a lot, but it doesn't get you, I know, what you need to this evening. It does get to more housing, maybe not to the same density, right? But I think it gets us in a lot of the ways that we're trying to get to. So that's what I would ultimately say. But ultimately, I think that for tonight, I'm going to be against the motion.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I think I'll be against the motion as well. And I think it's really, under the advisory of the airport, that's in all of those previous approvals that were listed, we've kind of taken a lot of the advice of the airport, and they're the experts in their operations. They're the experts in what they're basing their noise levels off of. And that's kind of what we look to as the experts in that field to recommend, whether or not something that's kind of in that gray area would fit. And in this case, they are recommending no. However, by the staff's, kind of response to the conditions of approval, everything except for, maybe the access issue with ACHD, everything except for that and the airport, this project would typically be awesome for the area and expected near that activity center and all of that, something that we would 100% envision for that area. But it's just with the airport's advisory and with the requirements with the experts in that field, it's just not appropriate for this particular area, just for those reasons.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Okay. I'll jump in. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for your testimony tonight. I figured this would be a big one for discussion, and it certainly was. So thanks everybody for coming out and sticking with us tonight through the whole meeting. Yeah, and also Ethan, Jesse, Rebecca, Guard, everybody that testified. Yeah, we appreciate all your input. It's obviously a complex issue. With the motion before us, I'm also going to be voting against the current motion. And really, obviously the airport's a big part of the discussion, but honestly, to the Hawkins team, it's just a big leap, right? Those are just big, big buildings, right? And we're next to residential. So beyond the airport issue for me, it just feels like a big leap to get, to where what you're proposing to make sense. And I wrote down 10 units per acre, right? I wasn't doing my homework like Commissioner Danley and actually checking the density of all the other zones. I have other things going on, but I wrote down, I could stomach, somewhere in that 10 to 12 units per acre. That feels about right to me to get a little bit more density into this neighborhood, because I don't disagree that more density is good. Because as Commissioner Danley mentioned, we are limited, right? We can't continue to spread out. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with the new code, is to get the density, get the development more internally focused, right? Instead of spreading out so far across this desert. So that'd be my input, right? I'd also like to see a little bit more green space on the site plan, a few more amenities, for the residents. I also do agree, and Rebecca, I know it's like turning the Titanic, right? Trying to get the FAA to do something, but yeah, the maps, we do need to circle back on the maps, and we do need to get a little more clarity on the maps, get some current data approved so that we can hopefully make more informed decisions moving forward. I'm also personally just not. I've been in the chair up here for all of the other projects that were mentioned, and I'm not in the mood. Nor am I prepared to rehash every decision that we made on those previous applications, right? We make those decisions with the information that we have at hand, and right or wrong, we're doing our best and trying hard up here to do that. So I'm not really going to cherry pick, past decisions to help me make a decision tonight. So, yeah. So Tony, I appreciate your thoughts on the housing. I don't disagree with you on that. But in this current configuration, I'm going to vote against the current motion. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please, Esther.
I'm just gonna echo what Commissioner Danley had to say. I have some hesitation with supporting the motion in light of what the airport has shared. And I really think we need a transition. Instead of going high density, or what I would consider pretty high density, to single family resident homes. So I think that R1C suggestion is a good path forward.
Excellent. Michelle?
I'm going to go ahead and be against the motion. I appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness and input, especially the height of the building versus the single family homes right below it. It just doesn't seem like there's a transition going on there. It's just something giant coming and little things below it. So.
Okay, John?
Mr. Chair, I was going to hold my
go for it.
comments till we had a motion I was going to vote for, but I'm also opposing the motion, thanks to Commissioner Torres, but I agree with most of what he said and most of what's already been said. We defer to the experts on this all the time, and we did identify some inconsistencies. And I guess what I'd like to make clear is that I think the council needs to understand, as appointed officials, the code's real clear. We have to deny this. But the council needs to understand, and staff needs to understand, that we've been identifying as appointed volunteers that this airport influence area map has been problematic, and the B1 area in particular is problematic, and it's been identified and that's why I had the testimony up from 3 years ago, and we haven't fixed it. So we need to fix it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Tony.
when I put forward the motion, I knew there was a very good chance I was going to lose the vote, but I wanted to at least get on the record the housing issue. And that's why I put it forward. So whether it passes or not, it's on the record now, and we can consider that for the future.
Absolutely. No, that's great, Tony. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So with all got our comments on the record, we'll go ahead and call the vote. Again, we have motions to approve and recommend approval by Commissioner Torres and the second by Commissioner Danley. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
No.
Danley,
No.
Moore,
No.
Mooney,
No.
Seha,
No.
Torres,
Yes.
Dong.
No.
1 in favor, 6 opposed.
Mr. Chairman.
Motion fails.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Commissioner Danley, please.
I make a motion, item number 4, CPA 24-1, CAR 21-1, and CUP 24-12 be denied.
Very good. And just to be clear, we're recommending denial of the CPA and the CAR.
Yes, sorry.
Great.
Second.
Thank you. Again, the motion to deny by Commissioner Danley and the second by Commissioner Mooney. Any further discussion? Okay, thanks, everybody. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Yes.
Danley,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Mooney,
Yes.
Seha,
Yes.
Torres,
No.
Don,
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Very good. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, again for sticking with us tonight. We are adjourned.